Hello! Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Welcome in. Welcome in. How are folks doing tonight? How are folks doing tonight? Uh, I am well. I am well. I am definitely thinking about going to Grimmy's channel a while ago, and she did a tarot reading for me, and what she concluded, based purely on the heart of the cards, is that I am feeling energetic, but creatively blocked. That I have the energy to get things done, but don't have a sense of direction, and it feels more true by the day. I am in a pretty good mood. I had a pretty lazy day after last night's very funny stream. Very good stream, but I am kicking myself in the butt for the fact that this is I just wrote down hand cam for today. Music drummer, thank you. Oh, I see what I did wrong there. There we go. Thank you for the Prime. Thank you for the 5 months. As you all know, this is a viewer-supported stream. I am supported entirely by commissions and subs and bits and the extraordinarily insulting pittance that I get for ads. That is what keeps me clothed and warm. That is what keeps me in bow ties and sweaters. And groceries, for that matter. Yes, that is where my groceries come from. So every little bit helps. It is an extraordinary vote of confidence in me as a creator, and in the idea that I should continue to do this and that I will continue to do this. So I am very happy. Sparkly Anarchy, thank you for the 4 months. Once again, viewer support matters a lot. Viewer support matters a lot. It makes a big difference to me and to my ability to continue to operate as a streamer. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for helping me here, right? Thank you for telling me that this is worth putting in some money where it is, and keeping me afloat, right? It makes a huge difference. And now we are in a we are getting now we've got a hype train. It did just also occur to me that I think I turned off workout time, and I should turn that back on. I was wondering why nobody was doing it for a while. Interesting. Okay, it looks like I'm not allowed to enable it on my own channel. That's interesting. That is interesting. Let me go test something else out here. Let me see if I can do it through another form of software. Oh my god. Actually doing it through the... Okay, apparently it's enabled. There we go. Okay, apparently it's enabled. Okay, thank you very much, In the Woods. Thank you very much, In the Woods. Through this hype train, they've added in a second type of hype train. It confuses me, the treasure train. Tohu, thank you for the watch streak. All right. I will do squats. Actually, you know what? No. I'm gonna do push-ups. Work on that becoming a big dog. Yeah, I was sick for a while, so I had it disabled. But we're going to do push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, that felt good. Oh, that felt good. Thank you. Yeah, my shoulders were kind of bugging me yesterday, so But yeah, it's really kicking myself, because what I wrote down on the schedule was that today was going to just be some sort of hand cam. I was just going to do a non-calligraphy hand cam. That was it. That was all I wrote on the schedule, was non-calligraphy hand cam. And now that I'm here, I'm telling myself, ah, crap, I'm excited to be on stream, but what on stream shall I do? What is the content of the stream? What should happen? Show and tell? Handcam making soup? That's actually a pain in the ass, Wasteland. That's a pain in the ass. My kitchen is extremely hostile to streaming, so I would need to haul all of the ingredients into my streaming setup, and also set up my my induction top. Oh, I don't have an induction pot, so that would be a real pain in the ass. I'd be making soup in a frying pan. Oh my goodness, that would be such a pain. Oh. Wait, what is there? Demon X Machina sequel? What the hell? Why did somebody DM me that? Alright, folks. Oh. Yeah, I think there's more than one. The only one I can think of off the top of my head is Martin Van Buren. And hello, Art0089. And hello, hold on, let's, but yeah, I believe Martin Van Buren. Yes. Hello, Art0089. Yeah, I have been reading, Naruto Hanses. I've never watched Naruto. Let me say the hellos. It's getting away from me now. Hello, Sari_bot. Hello, Deathheart VT. Hello, Sparkly Anarchy. Hello, In the Woods. Hello, Music Drummer 01. Hello, Tohu Bohu. Hello, Sharkray. Good to see you early in the stream. Hello, Theo. Hello, Wasteland Mad God. Hello, Akshi. Hello, who am I missing? Ilo Retzi. Hello, Art0089. Hello, Voverd. Hello, Atom Punk. Hello, Master Hentai. Hello, Karatsun. Hello, 1000 Skeletons. You got here like right as I was doing my initial, Okay, looks like my shoutout command is once again broken. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Hello. What I will say is that Kara is a dear friend. She is one of my favorite people in streaming. How was the Final Fantasy XIV? I was watching her stream. She's very sweet, and she has a cool One-san voice. She's been a very good girl. And yes, I like her a lot. She's very fun. She's very fun. She sent all of our luck on drops. Hello, Mr. No Talk. Thank you for the streak. Battle. Did I miss anybody? Did I miss anybody? I think I got everybody. Also, that means that, of course, hello to all of the lurkers and the VOD watchers. I appreciate all of you. It's deeply humbling that anybody bothers to watch my VODs. Also, it just kind of hit me that I might need to do something very, very, very quickly on the ad break. Oh yeah, I will have to do something very quickly on the ad break. On the next ad break. I might even run the ad break early so I don't forget about it. So do not forget too badly about it. But yes, no, Kara's a dear. I am sure that you have to go to bed soon because it is late o'clock. And you have an actual day job. You have a normal day job, unlike some of us freaks out here. Should have clipped it. You can still go back and clip it. Write it down. You can write down the time and just clip it later. right? That is in fact possible. That is in fact possible. You can do that. You can do that. But, yes, for the Raiders, my name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, and old man who love old things. I do a lot of calligraphy and mini painting. I generally identify myself as a handcam streamer. I am the worst Dark Souls player of all time. And I do a lot of, I do play some video games. I think a lot of people would say I qualify as a variety streamer, which I think is fair, I think it is fair to describe me in that terminology. I think that is entirely eminently reasonable. And, yes, the closest thing I have to an intelligent thought here, right? Somebody was asking me for an intelligent thought was, I was reading, Hunger and the Sword by Erdkamp. That's been kind of I finished the Numidians, and so now I'm reading Hunger and the Sword, which has shown up in my footnotes a lot. And it takes its name from a quote by Vegetius, and I think it goes hard as hell. I think that quote goes hard as hell. Hunger and the Sword. The Vegetius quote specifically is, more armies have been undone by hunger than by the sword. Which I think is, very classic Roman kind of phrasing, but it is a book about food supply. It's a book about food supply. It's a very good quote. Hello Mix. How are you doing tonight, buddy? It's so that people wanted me to say something smart, so here I am. The headache. I am very sorry. I know that for you, headaches are exceptionally. I thought for you, headaches are usually exceptionally debilitating. Sinus headaches, I know you say, are like the worst thing in the world for you. For me personally, it is nausea that I find exceptionally debilitating. Okay. I tend to not get. I think I don't tend to get particularly bad headaches. I think I tend to roll with the punches on those pretty readily. Isn't that bad? All right. Good. I'm glad that my friend is not doing as bad as he could be. They are migraines. Right? They're almost like. My understanding was almost like the definition of a migraine was that it was incredibly debilitating. That was kind of how I always understood them. Might not be smart, but well, I mean, to some extent, you're as smart as your opportunities, right? Also, hello, Mr. No Talk. Welcome in. But yeah, I'm only a little bit into Hunger and the Sword. I'm only like midway through chapter 1. The introduction, of course, is always beefy. The introduction is always a bit beefy on these things. Singular side-oriented pain originating from neurological sickness rather than irritation or pressure. Neat. I didn't know that. I have family members who get migraines, but my understanding was always that, like, when they get a migraine, they are just on their asses. Like, that's the thing that makes it a migraine, is that they are, like, completely destroyed. That was always how I that's how I always witnessed it, right? Was it the family members who get migraines are just, like, ruined by them. But yeah, it's... So, I was reading Hunger and the Sword, which is about how you feed and supply an army, a Roman army in particular. And I was going to say that me and Mix were talking about this. Hello, Terry. Hello, Terry. Me and Mix were talking about this quite a bit before, but when I get inspired to think about making a game, it's mostly about trying to put myself or another person into a decision-making space that they would not normally be exposed to. I think a lot about video games as empathy building machines. And the Yep. Yes, I do. I do quite a bit. And I think in order for a game to be worth making, right, you have to have imperfect decision making, right? You have to have, if there's perfect decision making capability for a person to do relatively easily, you don't have much of a game, right? People just you have a singular puzzle that people solve, but there's not a lot of space to get into the game, right? There's not a lot of space to get into the game and to get into the mindset. And I think that there's some space here for this question with how do you keep a Roman army from starving to death? And importantly, how do you create a how do you cause another army to starve? How can you cause another army to starve? What can you do to the other player to make them more likely to starve? And I don't know, I've been thinking about it. Burn their food. I mean, yes. Scorched earth tactics are an option, right? Scorched earth tactics are an option. That's an obvious one, right? And if you can get into their food stores, right? If you can get into their magazines and burn it, that's wonderful, right? Attack the magazines is definitely an option. Yeah, trap them so they can't get more food. I was particularly thinking about, doing it like a campaign scale, at the scale of like the Pydna campaign, right? The Pydna campaign, or the Numantine campaign. That is a siege. And I mean, the big question here, right, that I think Wasteland and Touhou have kind of implicated here is that I am thinking about like the Pydna campaign, where both sides of the war have full armies, right? They both have full field armies, and the Romans have a ticking clock in order to either get to Pydna and take it, or to defeat the Greek main army in the field, to destroy the Greek main army in the field. And the thing is, right, if you try to besiege somebody who has a substantially stronger army than you, they just kill you. Right? Like, they just kill you. So it's, how do you take two armies that are of relatively similar size and have them exert pressure on each other in enough interesting decisions? And what I was kind of envisaging, right, like I was thinking about the Pydna campaign and the Numantine campaign, and these sorts of things. Hello, Matthew. Yes. Like I said, you can exert pressure on them. Because armies exist under certain time pressures and certain supply pressures. And it's a part of the decision making that I think is an interesting, if evil one. An evil one is campaigns in the ancient era, up until quite recently. The norm was that a military campaign, an infantry army would march across inhabited land full of farmers and steal those farmers' foods, right? That is the norm, is that that's called foraging. If you see foraging referred to in a historical text, that is what they're talking about. They are not just talking about like picking berries. If you're talking about like anthropologists are talking about, if a military historian is talking about forage, they mean going up to a farm and holding everybody up there at spear point or sword point and mugging them for their food, which can get them killed from starvation, right? Which can get them killed from starvation. And that's a, and so here's the thing, right, about that, is that is part of your supply. It is rarely your entire supply. And this element of looting the countryside is the reason why ancient armies cluster in multiples of 20,000, and why you don't usually see armies of like 100,000 or 150,000. You do occasionally. There are a couple of times where that happens, Raphia being the most famous one. Battle of Raphia, but it's pretty rare. You usually see armies in the 40,000 person range, and that's usually basically a 40,000 man army with some percentage of the soldiers left behind as garrisons and camp guards, right? So like a 40,000 person army is about the limit of that, and that limit is set by the limits of how much the farmers in the route of march can harvest. That is kind of the limiting factor on those kinds of armies, is that they want to move across the land and take food as they go. And if you have more than 20,000 or so guys along a roadway, the entire thing falls apart. There isn't enough food for the speed at which you march per day. And there's an extent to which your ability to do this is a decision. There's an extent to which the commander has a decision that they make to spread out and disperse their forces to do more foraging, right? You can do more foraging and operate longer in the field if you disperse more, right? That is a thing that you can do. However, the more you disperse, that presents opportunities to the opposing army to pick off your soldiers. That provides them with opportunities to pick off your soldiers, and if you disperse enough, that opens up the possibility of defeat in detail, which is really bad. That is known as losing the entire army. Defeat in detail is... so there is a pressure here, right? That you can attenuate the risk of your army starving. You can reduce the risk of your army starving and increase the duration of your operational timeline, because you're usually operating on a ticking clock. These kinds of armies are usually on a ticking clock. They have to move at a certain minimum speed, and they have a certain amount of time in the field before it's winter. So they have to move at a certain speed. And you can extend that a little bit longer by dispersing your forces more so that the supply hit from your forces moving is lower, but that slows your marching, and it opens up the possibility that people can attack you while you are foraging. And I think this is actually, at this point, where we have considerations about how you disperse your forces, which forces you disperse, how do you hide from your opponent that this is how you are deploying your forces, how fast do you choose to march, and what can your opponent do about that? I think this is actually enough juice of decision-making trees to produce some interesting mechanics. I think this actually is enough to get us to some fairly interesting mechanics. And then we are, put to the question of, an army with a different types of soldiers, with a different layout and recruitment technique for different soldiers, will have different battlefield capabilities. And so making decisions about the type of army you want for the fight versus the type of army you want to make sure you can even get to the fight, I think this is interesting. I think we have some real options here. I will say I just don't know as much about navies. If you're talking about like incorporating navies into this discussion, I agree. Wasteland Mad God. That is honestly part of what I was thinking about for this, was that the map always has a minimum of 3 routes to the objective. Over land, next to a river, and next to the sea. because those do produce different logistical constraints. If you can operate next to a river, you can do incredible logistics. You can do incredible logistical tricks. And hello, Quincy. Hello, Quincy. Hello, Quincy. I just know a lot less about navies as navies. I know a little bit about them, and I find it I do kind of enjoy that. I do kind of think a little bit about, I should say, about how rarely games think about operational range for different types of ships. Like, one of those things that often, like, people often forget about is that the operational range of a trireme is actually quite short. Triremes are basically coastal monitors in terms of their actual deployment. Triremes don't even have sleeping berths. Like, you are not expecting to get a trireme very far at all. They are intended to go very short distances. And I mean, part of this makes a lot of sense when you remember that Yes, absolutely, Quincy. They are designed for triremes are incredibly efficiently designed ships. They are designed very, very narrowly around delivering a ram with as much speed as possible. They are designed with a very specific purpose. They are designed to deliver a ram to the side of a ship, of an opposing ship, with the maximum amount of speed. A trireme is, in terms of its silhouette, pretty much nothing but propulsion systems and a weapon system. The things on it that are not propulsion systems or weapon systems are incredibly small. They are a very tiny percentage of the silhouette of a trireme. It is basically just a weapon and delivering that weapon. It's not really a cruiser in the later naval. That's fair. Like I said, I think of them as like a coastal monitor, right? That this is a limited weapons delivery system designed for short operational ranges. And this is not really like a role that we use anymore. And it's sometimes people get lost on this because like Age of Empires made triremes like the synonym for ships, but by the Roman era... Oh, have a good night, Matthew. Thank you for stopping by. It was good to see you. But when you look at the later Roman era, not even that late, 150 to 200 miles. That feels very short to me. How far across is the Mediterranean? That's something I should have memorized. Okay, that's in square miles. That doesn't actually help me very much. I guess I can calculator 970,000 square miles, square root. Right? 984. Okay. Decently far trip. Hello, Memoria. Yeah, it's a decently long trip, but it's still quite small. I mean, the thing is, like, they are designed for use in the Aegean, right? These are to be used in the Aegean, is where they were designed for. I think that even by the time we get to talking about like Sicilian operations is when they stop being the dominant form of naval power. Oh no, they wouldn't be traveling overnight. No, Quincy, you are correct. Everything I have heard about triremes is that they were expected to beach at night and resupply from the coast. That they carried very, very, very limited supplies. And I mean, other people here I think know more about ships than I do. Like I said, I started this off with a lack of understanding about ships. My understanding is that triremes are not great in deep water. That is something I have heard. I don't know how sustained that is, that they are a risky ship to take out into the middle of the Mediterranean. Which I don't think is a knock against them. I'm not saying this is a knock against them. I'm mostly just trying to get at the point that, you know, when I see discussions about like later naval battles, like even as late as the Punic Wars, they're not really using triremes, right? Like that doesn't seem to be the dominant. They don't have strong writing force. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought, was that they have a function. They have a function. It's just not universal, which I think is something that we should all be comfortable with in life. That they're not using triremes in the First Punic War. We're using Actium, yeah. How many though? I heard like some of the shit that they had there is like, I've heard like some ludicrous names of ships for that. Battle of Actium. And did the Octavians bring a few dozen? Okay, yeah. A few dozen. That's not nothing. That's not nothing. I was expecting to hear like 30. It's not nothing, right? But yeah, I know that by the Punic Wars it's on quinquiremes, which are, I think the last thing I heard was that like we're not actually sure what the ore layout of a quinquireme is. Like, we're not actually entirely sure what quinquiremes and largers looked like in practice. Like, triremes we can do like a reconstruction on. Like, there is one trireme today. There is one trireme today. There is one today. Yeah, it's not that they were particularly useful. Listen, all right, that's not what I was trying to say. It's just their they don't cover every purpose. And I think that's kind of interesting. Especially when you get used to how they work in Age of Empires, where triremes you just build hundreds of them and just throw them at the opponent. I think it's called something really self-aggrandizing. It's called something really self-aggrandizing. Size of ship versus how far it ventured from. That makes sense. Well, yeah, I was about to say, like I said, they're coastal Mars, but it's the Olympias. There we go. It's the Olympias is currently around. Thank you, Weah Biscuit, for the 30 watch streak. That's an impressive watch streak. I mean, they're pretty expensive. A thing that is worth saying is that they are purpose-built warships. These are not converted merchant ships or multi-purpose ships. These are warships. These are warships, and as far as I know, not used frequently by private citizens. They seem to be largely a state phenomenon. I don't see why somebody couldn't get some private ones, but their lack of multi-purpose does limit them quite a bit, right? Still does the job it was designed for. And the later parts of the era, right, we're on to like quinquiremes, is I think the standard naval ship up until Actium, at which point an actual navy kinda stops. At which point you don't really have a navy for a while. It goes up to decreams. I've heard some ridiculous numbers. That like we haven't. Like I've heard some number. I've heard like claims of like 20 deckers. At a couple of points. Like some, and it's like not even clear what they are. I don't even know what a dodecareme means. I'm not even entirely sure what I'm supposed to believe a quinquireme actually looks like. And that's not even like a super big one, right? That's like the common one in the more Western Mediterranean, but I genuinely don't know. I have a general idea, but I don't really know what they're supposed to do. Exactly, Wasteland Mad God. Yes, I should have made sure I spelled that out. I was kind of wondering if people would let that roll. That, yeah, after Actium, you don't really need a navy because there's nobody to fight against. Hello, Onirin! Hello, Onirin! Hello, Onirin. How are you doing, my dear? How are you doing? Onirin. Onirin is a Carnotosaurus. Is a Carnotosaurus VTuber. She is very sweet. She is very sweet. Just prepping for Offkai. You nearly gave me a heart attack, Onirin. I have done so little to prep for Offkai. I have done so little to prep for Offkai. I am so unprepped for Offkai. You made me think that it was like next week. Is that not what I said? Oh, Carnotaurus. I thought it was Carnotosaurus. I'm sorry. Fake monster fan. Carnotaurus. Okay, yes, I am sorry. Fake dinosaur fan over here. Fake dinosaur fan. Offkai, Warthrone. Offkai is the largest American, I should say maybe Western Hemisphere, the largest Western Hemisphere VTuber in-person convention. Yes, it does refer to the number of oarsmen. Yes. Yes. It is the largest Western Hemisphere VTuber convention. It is in the summer. I've forgotten the dates. It's late July, right? I just know it's not in June. I am planning on going. Yeah, July 24th to 26th. I am still working out housing. And once I figured out housing, I will buy plane tickets. I do have a badge. Badge is set up. I haven't set up. The big concern, Onirin, the main reason why I'm being very cautious is that I literally just had a major vacation plan get completely canceled. That's the big thing, is that just before I was supposed to be out of the state for the last week of May, and the entire trip got canceled because the airline went under. I was flying Spirit, and so I am currently cautious. I am currently quite cautious, and yeah. So 07 to Spirit, and it's, entirely possible that Spirit will not be the last, right? That other airlines will go under. I like Spirit a lot. Hello, Beautiful Angel. I was a big fan of Spirit. Also, hello, Nap. Yeah, I liked. Yep. Not a Professor is one of my favorite VTubers. I like that they reduced the price of everybody else. Yeah. I actually liked. I'm doing well, Dizzy. I liked that. To be completely honest, Spirit would charge me $50 for trips that would otherwise be $300. So for me, it wasn't a question of like getting the budget airline or paying like a little bit more for some more comfort. It was doing the trip or not doing the trip at all. That was how Spirit played out for me. And to be honest, I always had good experiences with Spirit. I know that a lot of people had terrible times with Spirit Airlines. I just never had a bad time with Spirit. Spirit was consistently the most comfortable and most reliable. I have had every airline cancel on me. I have had every airline cancel on me that I've flown more than once, except for Spirit. Spirit actually is the only one that hasn't canceled, but I only flew them like 4 or 5 times. Currently, my shit list right now is... The shit list airline for me right now is United. United I am actually kind of pissed at. And I will actively avoid Spirit. I'm not Spirit, United. I will actively avoid United. I gave them a lot of advance on my flights in and out of Japan that I was vegan and I would not be able to eat a non-vegan meal, and both flights they did not have vegan food. They said they would have it and then it wasn't there. I would be more bothered if I had more faith in them, because I am very much the type of person who brings all of the food I need on the flight. I just do not assume that I'm going to get... This is probably part of the reason why I'm happy with Spirit, is that I never assume that I'm actually going to get served food on the flight. I just do not assume that I'm going to get those things. I just do not assume that I'm going to get Wi-Fi or a meal or drinks on the plane. I bring all of that with me. If I need... I bring... I don't bring Wi-Fi with me, but I bring a book. I make sure my phone is charged. I keep my phone in airplane mode the entire time because I'm an old. But yeah, I just use the entertainment I brought with me. I bring a bottle of water on the flight with me. I usually have a sandwich with me on the flight. And actually, this is the one that I know that like is like the heretical one. I actually prefer the seats on Spirit. Go-to sandwich, hummus and veggies is my favorite. Sometimes barbecue tofu, and frankly, pretty frequently peanut butter and jelly. I'm like the only person I know that finds the Spirit seats more comfortable than average. Most airplane seats make me really claustrophobic. I feel like I'm being crushed by them. Yeah, barbecue tofu, man. I mean, I will say, Mr. No Talk, I've never really had to think about it. I fly with... I am like a very minimalist phone user. My phone, I am running in like super battery saver mode with the screen brightness turned down really low, and the only apps I really use on it are Strava, VLC, ebook reader. That's like 90% of my use on my phone are those apps. And so usually my phone can hold a charge for like 7 to 8 days on full. Which I am an old, so that actually feels kind of short to me because I still remember the phone that I had for over 10 years. I had an old LG flip phone for over 10 years that would hold a charge for a month. Yeah, Wee Biscuit, I like to run. But yeah, yeah, because I'm not actually using it. Yeah. So on a plane ride, I have a bunch of books that are already loaded into the ebook reader, and I have a bunch of songs that are already loaded into VLC, and I'm fine. That's plenty. If it's a flight that's under 2 hours, I just raw dog it. If I'm just flying to like the Midwest, I usually just raw dog it. I just look at the clouds. Just turn my phone off, look at the clouds. The end. I do like to talk to my seatmates. I know that I am the millennials' worst nightmare. I do like to be social. I have made some good friends on flights. I have made some good friends on. I've had some. I shouldn't say friends because I didn't talk to them afterwards. But I've had some really fun times on flights. On my flight to Japan, I was sitting next to a couple that had a toddler and a baby. So I just spent my flight, and so like after the first hour or so, they noticed that I was like, making funny faces at their kids. So they spent a pretty large percentage of my flight to Japan playing with a baby, which is great. I love playing with little kids. Yeah. You work at a nursing home? Yeah, no, it helps a lot. It helps a lot. I'd be crying. Beautiful angel meets her Oshi and breaks out into tears. I'm Nap's nightmare. Yeah, this is why you have to have me behind the computer screen, right? This is why I'm over here. This is why I'm behind the desk on the other side of the computer screen. This is why I am here. So it's to protect you from the extrovert energy. It's protecting you from the extrovert. It's very Midwestern of me. Yeah, it's very Midwestern of me. Yeah. I mean, if somebody's clearly doing something, I'm not gonna bother them. I don't think I force myself on other people. But if somebody seems open to having a conversation, I'll happily have a conversation with them. It's only like a 25% chance that they try to convert me to their specific church. That's only happened like 7 or 8 times. The one that I feel very happy about was I remember sitting on a plane a couple years ago, I remember the lady who was sitting next to me on this plane was like clearly having a panic attack, because she was so anxious about flying. So I remember like helping calm her down and holding her hands while we landed to try to make sure that she felt more comfortable, right? That one was nice. That one was nice. I grew up Catholic. I would say I am not religious as an adult. I would not say I have any religious orientation as an adult, but I grew up in the Roman Catholic Church, as they say. I am my family, as it goes, the joke about my type of ethnicity is that my ethnic group is Irish Catholic and my religion is the Democratic Party. That is the type of family I grew up in. Yeah, we're all counting on you. Airplane's a great movie. I haven't watched that in a long time. Probably like 20 years. My memory of it is pretty good. Maybe it's really bad, but my memory is betraying me. But yeah. I feel like I talk about my about how that's influenced me quite a bit, right? I am not like I said, I'm not particularly religious. I'm not a believer, but I am. But it has affected me. Um, it has affected me and how I think about the rest of the world. Non-trivially, the way that it has affected me is that I think Hinduism is a normal religion. I think Protestantism is fucking insane. When I hear people describing what Protestant churches in the United States are like, I'm like, that is nuts. You guys are crazy. Like, you guys are, you guys are, this is weird, man. But, you know, it's affected me. Like, I think the biggest way that's affected me, right, is that I think it's a pretty natural state of being to live underneath a massive bureaucracy that you don't understand and that you don't respect. That's kind of the biggest way that being Catholic has affected me. All right, we are going to the ads. I will be back after these ads. We might just keep talking. I don't know. I'm enjoying this. So we'll be back in a few minutes. I'll see you all soon. I am back. I am back. I am back. Sorry, that was a considerably longer than average ad break. I apologize. That was largely because I had to do some paperwork and also use the bathroom. But there was some stuff I needed to file. I did not realize it until I was literally on stream. I was like, I was really freaked out that entire hour. I was very, very worried. But yes. Yes. Yeah. Playing skids on Don't Run Away Without Gear. I mean, it's a good movie. It's a good movie. It's a good movie. It's a very much a like we don't make them like that anymore experience to watch Airplane. But oh my goodness, I'm sorry. I think Dizzy asked about this, or somebody else, maybe Quincy asked. I don't think Quincy. I think, but somebody asked about with the size of those older Roman ships, how do we know they were not propaganda? So here's the thing: is that we've found archaeological evidence. For some of them, particularly for the bow of them, the bows are often cast bronze. And so we have found some outrageously large ones. We have found some truly enormous ones. We have found absolutely enormous. And so like we know that they, unless they just put a outrageously over large bow on a smaller ship, we know that they were at least really, really big. We don't always know precisely what the ship behind it would have looked like, because not every single type of ship has surviving, even modestly intact wood, right? These are wood ships, and sometimes we find some shipwrecks that are pretty intact, and sometimes we don't. Sometimes we do, and sometimes we don't. I know that's kind of unsatisfying, but it's... that is one of those things, right? That is one of those things that happens. That is one of those things that happens to us. That is one of those things that happens to us archaeologically. Archaeologically. But it's so yeah, like and as Wasteland said, like these numbers, right? It's like trireme means 3. That doesn't mean it's 3 decks. I think I've seen some people draw art where they have 3 decks, but I think they usually have 2 decks and 2 rowers on one deck and 1 rower on another deck. I think is how I've seen them done. Hello, Colebounds. Oh, thank you for the workout time. Thank you for the workout time. I am going to do another set of push-ups. I like push-ups. Yeah, no, that one doesn't allow you guys to choose. Like, I know sometimes people will try to be like, no, I need you to do this one. But it's, but no, it is, I do whichever one I feel like. Do whichever one I feel like. Okay. So I hope you guys can hear me. Oh, hold on, I should take off my sweater while I do this. Alrighty. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we go. There we go. Okay. And also the Auto is redeemed. Give me just a moment to get into the voice, to summon the voice. All right, all right. Whew. Ah. Ah. Oh, that feels good. That feels good. I am glad. I have not gotten as much working out as I want to of late, and so I'm really grateful whenever I get the opportunity, right? Really grateful. Definitely helps. Definitely helps. Definitely helps. Let me take a big old sip of water. Ah. All right. All right. But yeah, yeah, I don't know. I kind of get into this mood, right, where I will see a historical issue that I don't see represented in games, and then I get invested in seeing if you can make a cool game out of it. That is actually kind of like the thing. I actually tend to often view it less through the lens of trying to simulate exactly what happens. It's less of like a reenacting thing and more a trying to get into the headspace thing. It's more a trying to get into the headspace, and it doesn't occur to me. The trope brain. See, I thought you would say the math nerd version of being a reenactor. I think that calling me the math nerd version of being a reenactor feels completely reasonable. Especially because I don't actually understand what genre trope brain rot means here. Shocketh Lumine, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. I like the name. Shocketh _ Lumine. Lumine. I don't think it's Lumine. I think it's supposed to be Lumine. But I like it. The adult version of the genre trope brain rot. I'm not even entirely clear on what that means. That's pretty funny. But yeah, it's you know, yeah, I can see that. I mean, there's kind of two fundamental creative impulses that I think most people have, and they are other people did this and I can do a better job, or it would be interesting if somebody did this and nobody has yet. I think that those are kind of the two forms of people engaging with making an art. You aren't being a twit about, so it's the adult version. And I mean, I feel like the, you know, there's also like a thing that happens all the time, right? And sometimes it turns out, I think, fine. That is kind of the First Law trilogy, right? That's kind of, what's his name? Abercrombie's, right? Abercrombie's whole shtick is like, what if Gandalf wasn't a good person? Right? Like, that's kind of like the starting impetus for the First Law books. For the First Law, is just like, what if Lord of the Rings, but Gandalf is actually like a selfish, arguably even evil asshole? Oh yeah, I mean that's an issue of like laziness, right? That's an issue of like laziness, right? Like, I think many of us can do better than 40k, right? I think it's pretty easy to do better than 40k, but it's not actually that. I don't think it's like that interesting, even though it would be very easy to. I don't see people really do it formally that often, to just like change the point values. Like, people argue about the point values, right? People argue about the point values, but they don't tend to like actually like just be like, here's my preferred point value list for the game. Like, here's my preferred. I'm gonna fix the field manual, right? Like, you could do that, but I haven't seen it. It wouldn't be that far off from what people are already doing. That would be funny. That would be funny. I feel like that the place where this impulse inserts itself is like getting on Reddit and yelling a lot about balance is kind of where I think that is, right? That it's more like replacement. Yeah, I mean, that's part of the reason why I think like arguing about balance feels like kind of the replacement thing. Just change the things I don't like and the game is good. Which, you know, there's... Yeah, I have a lot more... I do understand sometimes people are just shooting the shit, and sometimes people just have opinions. But I definitely have a lot more respect when it's like Path of Exile looking at Diablo 2 and being like, we can do better, and then they make their own game, right? And I think Path of Exile is better than Diablo 2. I know a lot of people don't agree with me on this one. But I certainly think it's still worth respecting that, like, they thought they could do the same game but better, and then they made it. Yeah, but you do have to put in the work to do it better, which is part of the thing that's like a little bit funny to me with a lot of this. Yelling about balance me when I'm hollering about the 2010 single by a Japanese indie rock. Yeah. Hello, welcome back, Wasteland Mad God. Welcome back. Welcome back. Hold on, let me give a shout out to Kirill. Kirill doesn't stream, but if he did stream, you could find him at twitch.tv/orcflorist, where he shows off his photography, and it's very cool. It's very cool. I like Kirill. I like Kirill. Yeah, that's the thing. That's actually a good point, Tohu, right? Is that, like, World of Warcraft is, like, what if EverQuest was just not nearly so goddamn annoying to play? What if we took EverQuest and made it just, like, 90% less irritating to play? And the games of StarCraft and Warcraft, I would say it's only a modest refinement over, you know, Age of Empires in particular. I think it's only moderate. But World of Warcraft, as a person who played EverQuest, World of Warcraft, a huge refinement. I'm not actually sure entirely what Diablo was reacting to. The only games that I played before Diablo that were like Diablo would have been, like, Arcanum and Planescape Torment and Baldur's Gate 2. Oh, Gauntlet! Okay, yeah. Okay. So yeah, that's actually kind of interesting. The Diablo is like a sort of midpoint between, like, Planescape Torment and Gauntlet. They should make a World of Warcraft for me. It's just an orc guy and a Draenei guy, and they fall in love while being huge. How many AO3? How many AO3? How many AO3 on that one? Yeah, that feels like a very doable fanfic. You don't think they're yaoi enough? Warcraft 2 was doing something different. Warcraft 2 came out after Age of Empires 1. I don't think is much of a refinement. To me, I don't know. To me, they felt like they were in competition. Certainly more so than they were with like Dune and Command and Conquer. Arthas apology because they don't understand the story. I think why would I have a hypothesis here as a person who doesn't know that much, who doesn't do that much with AO, who doesn't do that much with fan fiction or with Warcraft, but I have a hypothesis here that Arthas feeds a lot into a hypothesis, a cultural tendency, right? He fits a cultural trope at an emotionally resonant level that I do not think is actually how the story portrays it. I think that this involves reading against the story in some pretty counterproductive ways, but Americans have a hunger and a thirst for a bad guy who, despite being a bad guy in almost every way, is, for weird utilitarian reasons, actually a good guy. This is something that Americans have a deep, deep hunger for. It is a shocking percentage of what I remember about the Bush era was the amount of effort people put into Bush is actually a good guy because it turns out that all of these horrible things that he is doing are going to have blowback effects that will pay off positively for everyone on the planet. Yeah, and I mean, the thing is, like, I think people want this type of character to exist, right? They want this type of character to exist. And so that is, like, again, to me, it feels like reading against the fiction. Like, I'm reading Arthas and I'm just like, this guy's a stupid fuck up. Like, I am not much of a Warcraft guy. Mostly Russians. Oh, Russia does... I don't want to speak too much to Russia. I'm sure if anybody is Russian here, they would have a better sense of this. I do feel like I see this desire to... This cultural narrative that if there's some, like... The daddy who beats his sons has to be a good guy at some level kind of narrative. Because that's kind of what Putin's... That whenever pro-Putin propaganda reaches me, that's what it looks like to me. Kirill, I have liked one thing about Warcraft storytelling. There's a lot of things I dislike about Warcraft storytelling. In fact, Warcraft is often the example I go to for storytelling things I don't like. But there's one thing I really like from Warcraft storytelling, and that's the plot on the Orcish revolts, the Orcish slave revolts in Warcraft 2. I thought that was pretty sick. I thought Warcraft 2 Thrall is pretty sick. And that's about the end of it. Really, like, I want to say from giant space robots. Oh, it was Warcraft 3? I thought it was Warcraft 2. Wow, I forgot so much. Jim Jones did fight hard for the civil rights movement. It's true. It's true. Vault Thrall was cute. Oh, shit. Huh. Shows how much of a fake fan I am. Shows how much... I mean, again, I'm not really much of a fan. So I don't really feel that bad. Biolante. Really like how orcs are descend from a giant, huge rock man made by a giant space robot to fight literally Biolante. I don't know, I like that word. Biolante. Yeah, like, it's... Yeah, and it's... I have to be kind of careful about this, because I did play enough World of Warcraft to encounter the parts where... Thrall's just dumb. Like just like a character. Like, in... Like, I probably have more memory of playing, like, Cataclysm than I do of, like, the rest of World of Warcraft, which I think is, like, generally considered, like, one of the worst. Happens with all of WoW, yeah. Is Cataclysm actually the worst expansion? I know it was the worst expansion at the time of release, but I thought there had been some expansions since then that are even more hated. I thought there were some expansions that came out since then that were even stupider. Oh, interesting. I thought it was Battle for Azeroth was the one that like people really hated. All right. Mm-hmm. Mm, uh, uh, mm, uh, because of story reasons. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what I was going for. I was, has one of the best launch stories. Is that maybe that's why it's hated so much? That might be why so many people hate it so much. Is that is that they don't have the tolerance or patience for the good writing. They're not here for that. They're not here for that. We're not here for that. Yeah, the lack. My Warcraft knowledge is, as you can see, quite poor. Want Sylvanas to be Cersei Lannister? Wow, that sucks. My favorite orc game is Bastard Bonds has a wealth of other problems. Insanely racist. Oh my goodness. I'm waiting for an orc game that I don't have to eat a table about. Oh. Man. I feel like it shouldn't be that hard to make a good orc game. Oh yeah, Tohu. I mean, that's like Mick said, Cersei Lannister, right? That this is the story, right? This is the story of Game of Thrones, right? Is that Game of Thrones season 1, 2, 3 is like honestly a pretty decent show. And seasons 7 and 8 are some of the worst television we've ever put on, which is kind of remarkable given the incredibly low standards of the medium. I do not like Warcraft's emphasis on making everything just bigger all the time. You'll stop using all caps. It's fine, you're the mod. I think Orc Florist, it took me a while to figure out that you did not mean explicit was the title of the game, because like when I think orc game, the first thought I have is amusingly Orc Massage. A game that I haven't actually played, or I don't even know if I've even seen gameplay from. I just know it via meme. Yeah, like I just know it via meme. What's the best? I haven't played that many games where you get to play, or yeah, I was about to say that's the other part of this. Is like I didn't think it was going to be Orc Massage on account of the fact that it's a very straight game. Orc Massage is very much for the ladies. The important plot characters is a dumb idea. It's on the one hand, I get that the virtue of doing that, is. Oh, Igner, hold up. Hello, Igner. How are you doing, Igner? How are you doing, Igner? How are you doing, Igner? Oh, so many familiar faces. Hello, Epion. Epion, once again, thank you for helping me with tech tips. And hello, Big Mama Chunk. And of course, hello to Igner. I said hello to Gwen. Yes. Hello. Welcome in, everybody. It is a pleasure to have you here. I think everybody who is in this raid knows me, but because it is important to follow the rules and to live and to respect the rites and rituals. My name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, and old man who loves old things. I am a I do a lot of calligraphy and miniatures, and I play old games, and I sometimes play new games. And today I am talking about. I am just kind of yapping. I'm just kind of yapping. Normally, today is my calligraphy day. I'm kind of trying to give myself a little bit of a break from streaming calligraphy to because I feel a little bit disconnected from my art. And so today I was mostly yapping about history, but what you have come into is chat is telling me about all of the things that they hate about World of Warcraft. Which is amusing. As a person who played a small amount of World of Warcraft and disliked the plot enough to, like, reflexively, to not learn any of it. I could do origami. I could do some origami. I am just kind of enjoying myself. Actually, origami might be the right move, because I didn't want to, let's see, where's my paper? I didn't feel like I was thinking about doing some drawing, like learning how to draw in a very, very, very general sense, but I kinda feel like that feels like kind of high pressure. That feels kind of high pressure to me. Feels kind of high pressure. Yeah, it's a tiny moth. Hello, Angel. Hello, Angel. Yeah, this is Inkwell. This is Inkwell, my little guy. My little guy. Yeah, yeah, that's him. That's Inkwell. That's Inkwell. That's his name. That's his name. Mwah! Love my little guy. Love my little guy. Fellow little guy. Yeah, I'm the big guy and he's the little guy. I'm the big guy, he's the little guy. But yes, there was a orc game that I liked that I think is actually not good. But I think could be good. I think could be good. Let me see if I can find it in my huge, unsurprisingly, multiplayer strategy on my is not helpful on my Steam library. I think it's playing as. I think Orcs Must Die does not count, is what we're looking for. I think we're looking for, like, hello, USS Midway 42. There's a heck of a name. I am mostly a Rome guy. We were going through history of World of Warcraft, which is not my normal history, because, oh yeah, Blood, Teeth, and Titus. Blood, Teeth, and Shoot Us is good. That one is good. That one is good. My origami crane time is not great. I will say that. Blood, Teeth, and Shoot Us is good. That one is good. It's basically just, it's just Metal Slug. It's just like a good Metal Slug. Like, that's all it is. It's great. It's great. It's great. Oh, Westnoth. There's Westnoth. Yeah, there is Westnoth. There is Westnoth. I'm going to Steam, oh, now I understand what you're saying, Kirill. Now I understand what you're saying. Don't kill them all, but the original plot had a half-elf orc tell them violence is bad. Yeah. Let's see. I'm gonna take a look around here. So, PvP. I need PvP and online. I'm looking for massively multiplayer. That's the biggest thing. Morno, BattleBit, Tribal Wars. None of these are what I'm looking for. There was a RTS that I think has the potential to be good. There was like a mass multiplayer, like you build a stronghold castle and players attack each other's stronghold castles game. And hello Flea Flicker. Hello Flea Flicker. Kind of love Aztec Works. That's yeah, the closest that's kind of how they work in what do we call it? Conquest. They ride dinosaurs, but like Conquest is just like, yeah, they're pretty Mesoamerican. They ride dinosaurs. Their whole thing is about like drumming. It's like a whole like their whole like game plan is around like rhythm. Which is an interesting way to divide things up, an interesting way to make them an interesting series of choices. Panchovia would make a good orc. Yeah, the Untitled works around building to a beat. Yes, yes, that is correct. That is correct. Okay. Okay. Orcs are dumb, which is why they use gunpowder and forge iron instead of just magic missile like us humans. That's funny. That's funny. I like that. I like that. I like that. Well, it's not an RTS. It's not an RTS. It's a turn-based strategy game. It's a tabletop war game. Conquest is a tabletop war game. I could see an RTS being built around it being fairly good, but it was more hit and run, and the orcs are more run and hit. Let's turn back on preview. Let's turn on Droid Cam. So yeah, let's see if I can still do this one from memory. It's been over a year. The only POCs being insanely violent. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that. Yeah. There's the camera is not actually zoomed. Oh. Yeah, not surprising that knocked it out of commission. The camera is not actually zoomed. It's just hot. It's just low to the table. Hello, Sabork. Welcome in, Sabork. Okay, hold on. We're gonna, because this has been bothering me for a little bit. Sorry, you're like right. You guys are like right. The microphone's like underneath my mouth right now. Alright, we're gonna have to wait a minute. Oh, piece of pizza. There we go. There we go. There we go. That's a mess over there. You don't need to see the cables of shame. Who would be cowboys? Oh. We'll have to do a crane after. I'll have to refresh myself on the crane. For some reason, the crane never sticks in my head. I kind of just connect less to cranes than I do to flowers. Let's see, I've already made a huge mistake. I've already, of orcs and men dated very poorly. Oh, dang it. See, did it wrong again. Starting to doubt my fine motor controls. We're gonna be here for a minute, because, like, the extent to which the first fold determines... Yes, I do calligraphy, Lord Veterinary. I like this paper, though. Yes, I do like this paper. I don't actually have a lot of copies of this paper. It's from, like, a big variety pack. Oh, yeah. Doing the first fold even a few microns wrong has effects the whole way through. But yes, what's your calligraphy questions? I personally do not consider myself an expert on the subject, but I am experienced. Okay, so you got you've got some ink, and you've done it before. If you're going to ask me for a paper suggestion, I have to tell you I am currently dissatisfied with every paper I use. Currently very curmudgeonly about it. Humans can be first-generation Italian and Irish immigrants. This is a chopstick. This is a chopstick. This is a chopstick. It's actually pretty beat up. All right, We a Biscuit. Thank you for stopping by. Have a lovely night. Have a lovely night. It was nice to have you here. Get used to using the quill. Okay. I don't entirely know what your quill in this case looks like. For one thing, is it pointed or is it broad, and are you right or left-handed? Those are kind of like those are kind of the most important questions. Okay. Yes, Itsy Bitsy Bones. Yes, I'm doing a very bad job. We are not even on the second fold, and I already feel like an Egypt. Like an Egypt. Actually, hold on. Let me pull it out here. Right hand or left hand? This is for Lord Vetinari. Right hand or left hand? Wow, I look really harsh right now. I need to move the camera. No, of these two. Of these two. I'm holding two nibs in my hand. I'm asking what type of nib you have. Like this or like this? 6, 7. Let me turn up vid quality. Okay. I'm gonna move my camera then for a second. This is the advantage of being old, is that I can do this thing to the millennials and hurt them. The 6-7 thing, Tohu. I don't think anybody else cares. Yeah, you didn't even notice. Yeah. All right. Well, so if there is a sharp point at the end of the nib, I don't actually have a lot to tell you because I don't use those ever, and I don't know how to use them. If it comes to a broad edge, the biggest thing is get into the habit of trying to keep your wrist steady. Have a good night. Yeah, it has a thinner, sharp point. Yeah, it's you know, learn to keep your slightly okay. So you've got something like what I've got right now. You've got something like this. You got something like this. Let me pull one out here. So, you've got something like this, right? So you try to one of the harder parts of this. There are two parts of this that are quite hard. One part, yeah, 2 millimeters is a broadhead. That's a broadhead. Pointed is like under a 1/10 of a millimeter. Pointed is very narrow. Is try to get to land the angle on the paper. Try to get the way that the edge lands on the paper to be consistent. Learn how to get used to like getting the angle of the line that you would create if you just tapped the paper. Learn how to get that consistent. And this is really hard, as in like I'm still working on this after like 20 years. Making straight down and left without rotating the nib at all is without rotating the nib or curving is that's those are the fundamental skills. Those are the fundamentals. Those are the fundamentals. Yeah, that's not a big deal. Ink is not cheap, but it's not that bad. Okay, hold on. I should get into film photography. Doesn't that cost like $80 bajillion? I remember seeing a joke on Twitter that that because the Apollo program left their cameras up on the moon, which are like Hasselbacks or something like that, moon heist is legitimately one of the is like a legitimate way to try to acquire vintage Hasselbacks. Hasselblads. Hasselblads. Thank you for the correction. putting together a team. I'm also really amused. The other camera meme that I've seen that really killed me was that there was some photographer who was getting some like journalist, right? Who was getting his ass beat. Who was getting his ass kicked. And he throws his camera at another journalist as he's getting knocked down. The dude that checked his Leica. Yeah. And, like, this guy is getting beaten by the cops and is being captured on camera. And the post that he makes about it is just about is just name-checking the brand of his camera. He's just like... It's so funny that he's just name-checking the brand of his camera. They're like, this is the story, is endorsing that I am a Leica user. It's so funny to me. Like, I don't know anything about them, but I've already been confronted with like an overwhelming piece of evidence in favor of a very funny stereotype. So it's like now this is like the main thing I know about cameras. Okay, so I think... Let me think about this. The Leica account on TikTok is really interesting. That's pretty funny that like such a vintage brand has an interesting TikTok account. But I guess like I don't know, I use like Mont Blanc and stuff like that, and I'm sure that they've got a... I'm sure that the Mont Blanc TikTok account is like the most insufferable thing on the planet, actually. Yes, I am, Mina. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. They decided to re-release the M6, which came in the late 80s or early 90s. That's insanity. That's insanity. I'll probably change the categories to making and crafters, though I do feel a little bit embarrassed about the fact that I am, like, quite bad at origami. Like, I just kind of, like, I just kind of, like, fold flowers sometimes. Like, that's kind of it. Okay. Right, so I'm just making sure that I did this correctly. No, I didn't. No, I did. Hold on. We're about to go into ads, by the way. I will use the bathroom. This will be a shorter ad break than last time. Also, let me give a quick shout out to Mina Bun, because she's always sweet and shouts me out when I'm at her place. Mina Bun is a sweet little vampire lady. And she plays little horror games in Tomodachi Life. And were you playing Subnautica? Have you been on the Subnautica train? I forget. I feel like I saw you on the Subnautica train. Yeah, the shoutout is just not working. It's just not working. It is just not working at all. I don't know. I also can't manage redeems. The streamer bot's more broken than usual today. Okay, we are going to the ads. I will be back in a few minutes. Enjoy the fan arts. Hello, 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 hello. That was a little bit better than last time, but not perfect. Not perfect. Okay, okay. 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 Thank you, thank you. And hello, Gringotts. Hello, Gringotts. How do I do this? It's not that. I'm having to look up the guide now. I got all 4. So yeah, somebody was asking what my crane folding time looked like. Apparently eternity. This. Yeah, it's this. It's this. Okay, okay. And then... This is kind of a tricky one. I'm gonna have to look this one up again. Okay, so... Can I do this? Probably not. Oh. Okay. This guy is folding. I am folding. I'm folding. I'm getting folded. I'm getting owned. It was not an awful crane. I am envious. I am envious. I don't know why the crane has never stuck in my head. Like, I've learned it like a dozen times over the course of my life. It just literally has never stuck. You bought Normal Guys beer. Normal Guys is a fun name for a brand. That is a fun name for a brand. That should be my VTuber corporation. Normal Guys should be my VTuber corporation. Me and Clonk and Shindigs is Normal Guys. The Normal Guys Corporation. Hello, Noir. Hello, my dear. But Noir, I gave you really good news today. How can you be mad at me? This is probably the one I've done the most. It's a camellia. I mostly did it because, like, this is one that, like, I can predict what the outside color is going to be. Well, let's give a shout out to Noir. How are you doing, dear? Angie Fox. Angie Fox. Just finished raid stuff. That was raid. People still dying more at 11. Excellent. 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 That's what we love to hear. I feel like a lot of the goal of raiding is so that people die, right? That's super fast. Did they get what they wanted? Good. Good. Interesting. Where's the wages coming from? Because that makes me a little bit alarmed, right? Well, she said no tax increase, so If it's not a fair increase, so if there is a wage increase and there is not a tax increase or a fair increase, that means that it has to come out of some other part of the budget, right? It could also come out of borrowing. It could come out. There's a couple other places it could come out of. I would be surprised if it came out of service reductions. Like that's always an option, right? So you can get a wage increase by doing service reductions, but that's kind of hard. Okay. I'm waiting. I'm so curious. So curious. It's very funny. Blue came here and like, hey, you should do origami. I want to watch you do origami. And instead of watching me do origami, she has been press ganged into summarizing news articles for me. No, I'm just reflecting on the fact that I've screwed you. This is how I treat my most loyal viewer. Okay. Speaking of reading, it's a dangerous activity. I say as if I don't read, you know, all the time. Ooh! Ooh, that sounds amazing. That sounds really fascinating. Seems really fascinating. Do a monthly book club together? That rocks. That rocks. I haven't done book clubs in a while. Somewhat annoying to me personally. I guess I could just, if I really cared, right? Because I'm the boss. The book club that I really like meets on Tuesdays at 9 p.m. Yes, Nor? Stone Butch Blues, hell yeah. Reallocated revenue. It could also come out of maintenance, right? All right, Theo, get some. Yeah, do some work. Do some work. Like physical maintenance or capital expansions are, yeah, which is not great, right? You know, it's a little robbing Peter to pay Paul. What am I origamiing? A lily. Hello, Nuhun Nyunhu. Or is it Nunu? It's a lily. A little bit of the challenge of working with this kind of pattern paper is it's actually a little bit hard to see where the creases are. I can get it if I look closely enough, I can see it a little bit better. No, I do have a guide open in the other window because I haven't done this in a long time. There's a bit of a generation gap that I think is kind of interesting, where, there's a little bit of a generation gap that I think is kind of interesting, where I am very much a, like, this video could have been an essay guy. Like, there are places where, like, a video tutorial is genuinely really useful, but, like, I have a copy of Landing by Mayan Hamad. Stunning combination of photo. Ooh! That's lovely. That's lovely. That's lovely. But yes, welcome in, Nunu. Good to have you here. First time chat. This one's coming to me, like, this one's starting to come to me. This one's starting to come to me. I didn't do a good job there, that's a bad fold. Well, I guess I have to live with the consequences of my actions. Well, the thing about a bad fold, right, Ignar, is that the consequences of that bad fold are not obvious until later, until a later fold. That's part of the evil of origami. What is Uncomaxing and Geezergore? They are they are neologisms. They are neologisms that I made up that are based off of a couple of terms that young kids use for talking about doing something to the utmost. Core means within the aesthetic of, maxing means to the utmost. Unk and Geezer both refer to old men. Yeah, Noir said that she found some evidence that it was coming from productivity improvements, which is a question. You explained those terms the most geezer and unk thing I've ever done. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I live to please. Oh, this sweater's amazing. I love this sweater. I love this sweater. I need to get... They stopped making them, and I don't think they very rarely made them in other colors. Vex found me a some in blue. I should just buy them before they like go offline entirely. Hello, Bull Moonshine. Uh, okay, now this is the hard one. This is the hard fold in this. With sweater wealth. It is. It is Paul Jones. This is Paul Jones. I've got good insulation. My room is always colder than the rest of the apartment. So, if it's comfortable for my roommates, then it's usually I can get away with wearing a sweater. I like wearing sweaters, just in general. I'm just like more comfortable in them. I think in no small part because like I'm just like I don't like having naked skin. You know, even if it's a little bit warm, I'd kind of prefer to be a little bit warm. I basically can't wear shorts. I like can't wear shorts. I just can't do it. I can do shorts sometimes when I'm running, but that's about it. I had a prior career where I worked in chemicals labs. And one of the labs I worked in didn't have air conditioning. So I had to be like fully covered head to toes in like 110 degrees. Hello, Momo. Welcome in. Welcome in. Been a moment. I just think I have a really gross skin tone, to be honest. Some chemicals do well at different temperatures. And apparently something that we are working with wanted to be above human body temperature. That's fair, Noir. Yep. Nothing ever fucking sticks. Also, oh. Alright, have a good night, Bull Moonshine. Unrage baitable. That's the sell point. That's the reason why people like to watch me play Dark Souls. This is basically the inverse of watching a streamer play a rage game. Can we just body paint before wearing shorts? The color possibilities are endless. That's a funny idea. That's a funny idea. Oh, I've told her that before. She doesn't believe me. Shawl. Shawl's my favorite. I had a kind of interesting realization about myself that, I'm very specific. Hello, Galaxy Wolfstar. I'm very specific about, what do we call it? My neckline. I want things to cover my neck. Not my full neck. I want them to cover up to my collarbones, no higher, no lower. I really hate wearing, I hate my lowest level being V-necks. Oh, I'm drinking water, Nunu. I'm drinking water. I'm actually quite far through on this break. I'm actually ahead of schedule. The rivalry between Wasteland and Galaxy Wolfstar is very funny to me. Cover your entire neck, so you can... Yeah. My trouble with turtlenecks is that my one turtleneck that I have is super chunky, and it turns out that having a big beard and a super chunky turtleneck is actually not the most comfortable. Like, actually not that great of a combination. Rivalry. Static inducing. Oh, static inducing, yeah. Thoughts on the question mark? I like the question mark. I kind of wish we did the Spanish style. Oh, I don't notice too much. I do like that. I do like that Galaxy Wolfstar. I do like that Galaxy Wolfstar. Yeah, Nunu, you're new here, but my my other job is that I'm an editor. I'm a nonfiction editor. And so yeah, I have a lot of opinions about random writing things. My controversial one that I think mostly probably betrays me as a scientist. This is the true evidence that that sociology is actually a science. I don't like the M dash. I don't like the M dash. I think it's annoying. I love semicolon. I love semicolon. I'm all about semicolon. I'm all about semicolon. I don't really like it either. I think there's better ways to do parentheticals. And I think there's better ways to indicate pauses. What do I enjoy about underscores? I like saying underscore over and over again when I meet new people on Twitch, because it gives them pain. Okay, a hard stop for a sentence is different. Yeah, I think for indicating that somebody got shot in the middle of writing is, I think, fairly good. Semicolons are just the hurdle a run-on sentence has to jump over. Exactly. As a person with devastating ADHD, run-on sentences are an important part of my cultural heritage. Actually, both the square and curly bracket, I use them fairly frequently in my own work. But they don't tend to show up in publication. Because that's where I put my editing notes. It was pretty good, Kirill. It was pretty good. Old game FAQs that I remember reading old game FAQs where when they did nested, they would nest parentheticals. Where they would do nested parentheticals. There would be like this. I like this one. I do like Mix. I'm sorry, I like this. I like using different layers of brackets for different layers of the nesting. I do like it. But yes, you are also correct. You are correct. It is easier than doing that, Blue. Your brain didn't like that. I'm very math brained is the thing. It's not always very obvious, but I actually have very math brained. At least I don't know how obvious it is to people. Okay, let's see what are going to be my consequences for doing a bad job unfolding earlier. This is where the price comes due. Mix, what if they were super programmer brained? Mix, what if they were super programmer brained? Because I am a fake, as much as a math guy I am, I'm not really a programmer guy. So the amount of times that I am writing a query, or a calculation, and all I have is parentheticals, and it's just like, I've made formulae that are almost certainly better to make through other mechanisms, but instead, thank you, Theo. Thank you, Theo. Hold on. Hold on. Let me take a look here. Which part is bothering you? What's bothering you? Slightly insets. Aigner, have a good night. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the raid. I apologize if you didn't realize that you could raid and run. Why did that not work? What? That's very weird. Sorry, we have made life considerably worse for everyone. Is that what you're looking for? Who wrote the Iliad and the Odyssey? Officially the name is Homer. Officially the name is Homer. However, obviously, there are huge questions about what that means, because it was almost certainly, like, redacted and re-edited and stuff, like, yeah. Oh, there's a reason for that. Yeah, that's the native. So what I did was I reset the entire thing. So let me rotate. There we go. The No Homers Club. Brutal. I think the funnier question is if at some point in the future the timeline will get so... the historical memory will get so dispersed that people will think that Homer Simpson is a cartoon avatar of the author of the Iliad and the Odyssey. It'll probably take more than a few centuries, but yeah. Yeah. Because people tend to blur things. Sounds like a Simpsons joke, yeah. Yeah. Yes, have a good night, have a good night. I mean, that's the thing, like historical memory becomes very blurry, right? Like, the number of people who, like, think like, full plate armor is a medieval feature. Hello, Spark Hoodie. You know, people talking about things that are, like, the witch trials being a medieval thing, right? It's not an American thing. I talk to too many Europeans to believe that that's a specifically American thing. There's no way. Shit, I talked to too many Asians. Yeah, early Republic armies wearing the Lorica segmentata. It's actually really funny that one of the Europeans that I know the best, parasocially, I don't know her personally speaking, one of my strongest memories, this is Maeve from the Veilfisk videos, you know, she's European. She's extremely German, one of the most German people to ever live. She learned during the middle of a video that the Amazon is a thing. She thought it was just a company. Like the river. Yeah. Yeah. She thought it was a company. They just made up a company name and just called it Amazon. Not even like the Greeks. No. It was actually really funny because it was the GeoGuessr tournaments. Oh, Likaios! We're derailed from me talking about some really dumb nonsense. I almost raided Likaios immediately. Welcome in, Raiders! Welcome in, Raiders! My name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, current VTuber, and old man who love old things. How was the Hollow Knights, Likaios? How was the Hollow Knighting? Yes, we are doing some origami. Let me say hello to folks. Hello, obviously, to Likaios_exe. Hello to Zana_Launder. Hello to Xander Inferno. Hello, Crypty Bolts. Hello, JD_274. Hello, Mushi the Shroom. Hello, Ter_the_mad_hat. And of course, thank you for the follows to Xander Inferno and Mushi the Shroom. Oh yeah, you're doing crowd control at the end of the night with Jackbox. Lovely. I am terrified of doing Jackbox on stream. That sounds like I would lose too much control over my own space. For my folks, Likaios is somebody who I think my folks will like. She streams a little bit earlier in the day, and she does a lot of cosplay, and specifically makes her own costumes. She has a lot of sewing. So I think she has very lovely streams. I quite like Likaios streams. I watch Likaios streams, and I am taking notes and thinking, right? Taking notes and thinking about what I am watching. I think the actual issue is more that I think that like things that I think are funny and nobody else would think was funny, and I would feel really bad. uh. I have a terrible gauge of my own humor. Yeah, the chopstick is helpful. Also because otherwise, like, you shred up your fingers. Oh my goodness, that's remarkable. That's remarkable. That's remarkable. Yes, like, yeah. That's what nails over. Yeah, Blue. Look at my nails. Like, this is about as long as my nails get. And hello, Gay Cheeto Puff. Welcome in, welcome in. How are you doing tonight? We are doing origami. We are doing origami, which I haven't done in a long time, so I'm both super slow and super unsteady. Actually, it wasn't very intentional. At least according to me and my artist. According to the two of us, it was not intentional. I didn't think it was intentional. Yes, absolutely, Lord Veterinary. Absolutely use guidelines. Absolutely use guidelines. Doing calligraphy without guidelines is crazy. What I you love the way it looks. Thank you. I am very happy with it. Me and sensational. No, this is a lily. I have made a Carmelia and I am making a lily right now. I am much more flower oriented than bird oriented. I might try to make a crane, but I always find the crane really rough, to be honest. I think the lily and the Carmelia are the two that I've made the most often. I think in terms of order, it goes like daylily, Carmelia, jumping frog. Sometimes in high school, but not common. It's not a common high school course in the way like history or chemistry is. I taught college students. I did not I've actually never taught high school level. I'm an American, and becoming a high school teacher is actually quite tough. It's not something you just do by accident. You have to put in quite a lot of work, and I didn't. I taught college mostly, and I've done continuing adult education. Oh yes, absolutely. Much more so. Much more so. I mostly end up talking about Rome these days, but I think my favorite period is probably Song Dynasty China. I really like Song Dynasty China. I've got a lot of affection for the Bronze Age Middle East. But yeah, I tend towards ancient. And pre-modern. Oh, and of course the colonial era. Like British colonialism in particular. I probably know more about that than any other era. I don't end up talking about it as often because it's a fucking bummer. Like even on the scale of historical periods, it's a real bummer. But yeah. Hold on, hold on, let me make sure I get this name right. Mad Amasiapi. Mad Amasiapi. There we go. Once in school, I had to make 1 million paper crayons. Oh my goodness, that's yeah. I'm assuming you don't mean literally 1 million, but it's because that's so many. got high and got the idea to make a World War I soldier OC. It's yeah, 1,000 cranes is supposed to be lucky. 1,000 cranes is supposed to be lucky. That was one of those lessons I got as a Ute. Okay, hold on. Can I do this correctly? Okay. There we go. I like this pattern a lot. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's a myth so much as a folkloric belief is what I would call that. There's a folkloric Japanese belief of granting wishes from folding cranes. 1,000,000 paper stars. 1,000,000, so many though. Itsy Bitsy Bones, have a good night and good luck. Good luck for the dog. Good luck, good dog luck. Good dog luck. Good dog luck. Looks kind of like a squid. It is 12:46. 12:46 in the morning. I am a New Yorker. I am a New Yorker. I am from the country, the independent country of New York City. I'm a night owl. This is not a big deal to me. This is not a big deal to me. Here's almost 8 a.m. That's, yeah, you're... That makes sense. Oh, workout time. Okay, okay. I'm actually pretty grateful for the workout time. I'm actually quite grateful for the workout time. Because it is not enough time for me to get started on the next one, and I kind of want to swap over to the monocolor paper. Alright, so I'm gonna do the workout, and then we'll go to ads. I'm gonna do another set of push-ups. Oh. Head was not expecting to be upside down right there. All right. Push-ups time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh. Oh. Yeah, my triceps are really feeling it. My triceps are really feeling it. We're going over it. I gotta call it quits on the push-ups tonight. No more push-ups tonight. No more push-ups tonight. Okay, we're 5 minutes out from ads, so I'm gonna run the ads, 2 minutes early. Okay, 5 minutes early. And then we'll be back. Yeah, I'm pretty out of shape right now because I was sick for the last couple of weeks. I had a respiratory infection, and don't work out when you have a respiratory infection, folks. That can get really bad. So I haven't been working out, so I'm getting back in there. All right, we'll be back in a few minutes. Work out at the library when you're sick, lol. All right, we'll be back. All right, I'm back. I am back. How are folks doing? How are folks doing? All right. Yeah, let's grab a different one, actually. Oh. Thank you for the follow. Hold on, I get the name there. Nunu, thank you for the follow, Nunu. Thank you. All right, let's see if I can do that one without looking at a guide constantly. So, go. This is always this is the most critical part, right? Is the first fold is the one that if you do a bad job on it, it's going to haunt you the entire time. What's the octagon for? Octagon? Oh, do you mean this flower? This is a camellia. It still looks pretty. Or do you mean this? It's a water glass. No. I left education a while ago, well before I became a streamer, actually. Unless you count, like, what I do on stream as educational, which feels like a bit of a stretch. I've done educational streams before, but I haven't done one in a while. I mostly just have kind of found that I might make some more again in the future, but, I found it to be... It's a lot of investment of time, and... I don't think they're the best streams that I put on. Admittedly, my opinion about what is the best streams I put on and other people's opinions are not always the same. Right? Right, not everybody agrees on these things. But no, I'm not in education anymore, which I don't mind at all. Academia is a brutal world, and the career I've had since academia, I think has actually been more satisfying. I do miss some parts of it. I do miss some parts of academia. We miss your peers. I certainly miss the library access. I miss the library access. I miss... I do not enjoy the number of conversations I have in my life where I feel like I have to justify curiosity. I actually loved graduate school. I liked graduate school more than I liked being a professor. I loved graduate school. Graduate school was like maybe the most self-actualized I've ever been in my life. There's no, Quincy, other way around. I'm sorry, I apologize. I must have made that sound confusing. In academia, I didn't feel like I needed to justify curiosity. When I'm outside of academia, I feel like I have to justify curiosity all the time. Sorry, yeah. I miss not having to... I do miss the part where I was like, didn't have to justify that as like a motivation. It's just like, I just think that me just going, oh, I think this is neat was like enough of justification. Oh, you never had sociology? That's fair. That's fair. Physiology is very different. Sociology is very much group psychology. It's very, very much that. Your peers are really incurious people. R.I.P. Is this what I do here? Or am I getting ahead of myself? I think I'm getting ahead of myself here. More like group behaviorism. Well, there's an overlap, right? There's a sliding scale of these things. In the same way that like physics and chemistry like slide into each other. Right? Physics and like there's physical chemistry and chemical physics. And it's this kind of like weird overlapping zone. The big thing about academic divisions at the high level, the big thing about high level academic disciplines is that they do not am I doing the right thing at all? Am I just like doing random folds? I'm trying to do this without looking at a guide, but I think I'm just doing random folds. Is it they have to do a lot to do with like traditions and like who as a graduate student and methodologies, right? Yeah, that's a fair definition. That's a fair definition. The same lily I just made before. I think I'm doing it wrong. This thing. I'm trying to do it without looking. I think I'm doing it wrong. This doesn't feel right. Maybe it's just the paper's bigger, though. Yeah, it's super interdisciplinary, right? It's super duper interdisciplinary. Like, the dividing line between what I was doing in, like, a history degree or an anthropology degree was actually very minimal. Hello, Mokava! Thank you for the watch streak! Thank you for the watch streak. And Vex! Wow, it is late o'clock for Vex. It is late o'clock for Vex. Welcome in, my dear. It's 9 p.m. Okay, I'm used to the fact that you stream at 6 p.m. my time, and so to see you, like, 7 hours later, I'm used to people going to bed right after stream. Yeah, Vex is a reading streamer. People who like me will probably like Vex. Vex, has somebody ever said something and then you just say that's a negative review? I'm sorry, just the way that you said, this is a positive review. I'm just like, was there a possibility you were going to say this is a negative review? -1. That folklore, that's usually more often anthropological. Sociology does consider those things, but The big thing that kind of honestly, the biggest thing that distinguishes anthropologists from sociologists is the extent of use of quantitative techniques. I will say I spent very little time on folklore. I was never a folklorist or a mythologer. I know a little bit about the folklore and mythology of my topic people and about a couple of other topic people, but it was never a big emphasis to me. My emphasis was on stuff like, like what did they do, right? Yeah, folklore is, I would usually consider folklorists to be anthropologists. There's a point where mythology and mass culture intersect, and, like, that would start to become sociologically. So sociologists do tend to work fairly often with, like, broadcast media. Well, yeah, but also, like Hades. Right? Like, what is the video game Hades, right? What is the community of people who play Hades, the video game? That would be a very much a sociology topic. Like, obviously other people could study it as well, but that's very much a sociology topic right there. Or I should say, area, maybe? But, like, hey, I'm curious about all of the ways in which this fan art is actually not as horny as you would think it was. I'm going to use Hades, the Hades fan community, to study the de-eroticization of Eros itself. Thank you for the watch streak, Vex. You would get involved in Greek mythology there. It's like I knew a little bit of mythology because, like, it's valuable for the cultures that you study into the present tense. People continue to make mythology references all the time. Like I said, Hades, the video game. But the actual contents of that mythology is going to be, religious studies or folklorism or history, philology. There we go. You can always break out the philology if you want to give people a headache. I did teach sociology. Oh, if you don't teach sociology, academic research, you do academic research first. Teaching second. The research is actually the goal. The teaching is just something that universities tolerate. I worked as a spreadsheet miner between my academic career and becoming a VTuber. It turns out that being able to speak extemporaneously for hours at a time and able to do calculus is pretty nice. There's also social services. There's social services, there's policy and politics. Yep. I don't think too many sociologists go into it, but a lot of anthropologists who wash out of academia go into the military. And intel. Yeah. And yes. Yes, that's correct, Mix. But anthropologists fairly frequently wind up in not super frequently, but frequently enough that we commented on it, wound up in the armed forces. And the reason why anthropologists wind up in the armed forces, I think, and intel is, I think, actually pretty obvious. No, it's okay. It's okay. That means that just means you get to learn more. right? You're curious, that's what matters. I'm not trying to insult you. I really am not. I'm sorry if I came across as insulting. I really am not. No, I was trying to provoke to think about why. Yes, Grim Glassman. Also, hello, Grim. Hello, Grim. Also, language. Language is actually probably the bigger reason. Anthropologists are the most likely people to speak. Of all the degrees, anthropologists are the most likely to speak, Pashto, right? Pashto or Farsi, or Khitan, right? Well, no, you just need it for your field sites too, right? Like, and hello, Red Bean Bitter Cream. Like, those intel services are hungry for people who speak foreign languages, is the thing. Intel and military are very, very hungry for people who speak foreign languages. There is also the element where, getting a little bit military theory brained here. The most important question in a military is unit cohesion. Logistics is arguably secondary to unit cohesion. Cohesion is so important. And anthropologists are the people who know the most about it. Psychologists know a lot as well, but anthropologists tend to be quite good at applied cohesion. How do people react to combat stress, and what are the failure points, and how can they be improved upon? Very much an anthropology question. Yeah. And I mean, also, like, it is psychology as well. And psychologists get employed for that a lot. Psychologists do get employed for... So, here's the thing, right? Hello, Momo, again. Yes, I'm talking about anthropology. The thing is, again, Nunu, that the dividing line between these, to the extent that there's, like, a real dividing line, is more about techniques than about the actual content of what they study, because they overlap so damn heavily. So, for me, my what I worked with most frequently, I worked with a lot of surveys, and I worked with a lot of critical media analysis, and I worked actually a lot with archives. But like the for a anthropologist, the tool, right? For a sociologist, the tool, surveys is kind of like the signature tool. And for psychologists, it is the experiment. But for anthropologists, it is the participant observation. That is I would say that like, sociologists use participant observation all the time, but anthropology is where you go to learn it. And participant observation is you join a community and you live like you are one of them. And you do things the way they do. And then you talk about what their lifestyle is like. Right? You talk about what their lifestyle is like. So anthropologists are very well suited to being the people who, if you are worried about a type of unit, you embed them in that unit and they take a whole shitload of field notes, and then they are the ones who are good at doing that and then going back home. This is actually leads to one of those things I think is really interesting, is that one of those things I think is really interesting is that anthropologists tend to be really, really good at hanging out. That is actually arguably the most important skill for an anthropologist, is that you are good at hanging out. And hello, Ramar. Yes, we are. We are, kind of. I'm doing a... but yeah, they tend to be really, really good at hanging out. Because that's like their job skill. That is like the job skill for them. I forget where I'm going with this. Okay, now I remember. Took me a minute there to remember. And yeah, Grim, yeah, one of those common things in both anthropology and sociology courses at the school I got taught at, a fairly common exercise for us to do was sit down in a high traffic area, such as the library, and sit down and just look. Just look around and pay attention. Just look around and pay attention. Mary Lee, are you familiar with Ian M. Banks? Le Guin, I mean, the thing is, like, I feel weird suggesting Le Guin after that. Like, obviously, the thing, if you have not read The Dispossessed, and you liked Omelas, read The Dispossessed. The Dispossessed is the best science fiction. yeah, okay, yeah, that is Le Guin. If you have not read, The Dispossessed, read The Dispossessed. If you have read The Dispossessed, I would say consider Phlebas. If you are familiar with the works of Le Guin, then if you're already familiar with Le Guin in general, if you're not familiar with Le Guin's other works other than Omelas, it's The Dispossessed. It's The Dispossessed. The Dispossessed is, I think, her best work, except for maybe Tehanu. Why did I start streaming? Oh, okay. This is kind of a funny journey. So I want to be big. Yeah, that's what I said to my model artist. I want to be big. I want to be a big chunky guy. Also, can we get a shot? Grim, are you still on hiatus? But yes, so for at least another year. Okay. So I will not shout you out if you're on hiatus. I look forward to your return. Grim Glassman does stained glass. It's very cool. He did one. If you saw the fan art of me as stained glass, that is by Grim. Yes, but I am, so I was working as a spreadsheet miner, and, it was really depressing. Oh, that's a piece you saw work on? Nice. Yeah, I found the work I was doing really depressing, and, I remember in October of 22, I got a really, really bad case of COVID. An extremely bad case of COVID. Definitely the worst case of COVID I had, by quite a margin. And I I had a really, really bad case of COVID, and then I was watching VTubers. I hadn't watched streamers or VTubers before. I hadn't really seen much point in it. And I was so I got into watching VTubers, and most of the VTubers I was watching were, you know, women playing Valorant and Overwatch and Apex. That was a big nexus for me. A lot of Apex streamers. A lot of Apex streamers. And I thought this was fun, and it was nice, and it was something that I would watch after work or in the background. I didn't think I didn't think I fit into this at all, right? I think I fit into it as a viewer. I didn't see myself as having something to offer. And then I watched Cleo IT. Yeah, and I was like bedridden, right? I was bedridden for about a week. I was in really bad shape. And I saw it as like a very chaotic, high octane, high comedy field, which is not something that I saw myself fitting into, but I was enjoying watching it. And then Cleo, I watched Cleo, and Cleo is, you know, she was a history professor at the time, and she I was like, oh, people want to watch like a relatively calm older person, you know, talk about history and academic subjects. And the thing is that at my job, I was an analyst, but I mostly was just kind of doing emotional support. I was mostly doing emotional support. I was actually doing very little of my stated job. I figured, why not cut out the middleman, right? If my actual job is to be entertaining and cool to hang out with, why not just do that, right? Why even have the fiction that I am doing all this other stuff? Why not just cut through it and just do directly what I say I'm doing and just basically do a talk show? Just basically do a talk show. I do think that I do think talk radio is actually probably the closer one, mostly because of the part where like a lot of talk radio has viewers call in, right? The viewer call-in element of it, and audience participation element of it, I think is important. But hey, I managed to do that without looking at the guide. I mean, a little bit, but I mean, that's always a possibility, right? Like, that's how having a job works. Nunu is like, if you antagonize the wrong person, you can lose your job. And I'm actually, I think I'm less vulnerable to it now, right? Than I was at other jobs, because now in order for me to, so like canceling, right, is just a pretty specific version of you have antagonized your boss and gotten fired. That's actually all it is that you have pissed off your boss and gotten fired. And because my boss is all of the people who are watching me, I have to antagonize all of my regular viewers, whereas at my previous day job, if I antagonized one person who outranked me, I would lose my job. Right? Like, that's the thing, is that and it's not that I don't think about it, Nunu, right? It's not that I don't think about saying something the wrong way or saying something that just infuriates people or that feels like a betrayal of other things. I think about it, I do. But I consider that pretty manageable. That's not... Again, it's something you have to do in an office job anyway, right? That's like, you have to do that in an office job. I mean, yes, again, that's how an office job works. That's how jobs work. Yeah, this is just being alive. this is being perceived. Yeah, your neighbors. I've had that happen. Right? Yeah, you can always potentially alienate your community, and honestly, compared to, I think I actually have a lot more freedom than I did at any previous workplace I had, right? Particularly, like, you mentioned politics, right? I'm very left-wing, okay? I am pretty open about this. I have quite left-wing beliefs in my politics, and if you work at a wage job, you have to keep your mouth fucking shut about that. If you say a political opinion that is moderately left-wing, let alone like very left-wing, at a day job, you are now very much in the line of fire. Your boss is now going to be looking out for ways to fire you. Instantly. That is enough. Right? Like, so, this is always something I had to worry about. Right? Yeah, I mean, I don't think so. I mean, not for me, at least. Yeah, there's no way I'd fly a typical wage job. Yeah. Like that's exactly like the thing that gets the boss looking for, what are the limits of protected categories, right? Like, you don't even have to say, like, I'm a communist. You just say, like, I think that the average worker deserves higher wages, right? Like just like that. I remember ruffling feathers for not being anti-homeless enough, right? That, like, I didn't even say anything particularly strong. It was just like, I was just like, somebody asked me about it and I was just like, yeah, this is like, these are my neighbors, right? Like, why would I be mean about this? And people are like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Maybe we should house the homeless. Yeah. Well, it was crazy. Like, yeah. Why I was disallowed from discussing that. Grim, your management is committing a crime, just by the way. Grim, that like your boss has literally committed a crime. In the US, we say it's politics and religion. But, like, that's been a change. That's been a change. I honestly think that, like, the politics thing, the reason why you don't talk, the reason why we had, like, a maxim against talking about politics, is like, I think it's a World War II artifact. I think it's a World War II artifact that, like, you didn't want to find out which ones of your war buddies were only begrudgingly fighting the Nazis, is what I think that was actually all about. I think that since then, I think like almost any other era, I don't think people give a shit. It was like, I honestly like I think like religion and politics are the main things we talk about. To a certain extent, it's almost a meme that we say like never talk about politics and religion. Right. All right. Okay. I'm looking at the guide right now. Yeah, I know Uncle Howie thinks black people hatch from eggs, but don't argue with him about it. Yeah. Yep, I was wondering. I was actually wondering, like, did he have nieces and nephews? It's very hard for me to imagine having him as an uncle. It's just really hard for me to imagine him being around children. Like, we're talking about Lovecraft, but in case people don't know this, Lovecraft had some very insane beliefs about the world. But yeah, overall, Nunu, I don't worry about it more in this job than in this line of work than I do in other lines of work. If people are wondering what I do worry about in this line of work, it's not something I should worry about that much, and I realize that women are facing it a million times worse than me. I do worry about stalkers. Oh, in the U.S., I mean, like, we have special tax favoring and with stalkers, not particularly. I have not. Enough of my friends have, right? And it's honestly like a big part of why I am a VTuber as opposed to a face cam streamer. It's not the only reason, but it's definitely a reason why. Stalkers are a realistic concern. Like, I've had to have this conversation with other streamers about like how to handle a stalker that's like still around. Like, yeah, it's not exclusively for women. There are men who have gotten stalked. Like, it's and it helps me, right, that I am from it's super hard for somebody to find me. Not because I've been particularly good about InfoSec, but because I'm a bearded white vegan who lives in Brooklyn. And Brooklyn is enough of a rat's nest that I can tell you from experience that people who have been to my house struggle to find me. Like, yeah, looking for a tree in the forest. Yeah, it's very unhelpful to have that knowledge. Who was it who Grimmy's mom thought was her soulmate? Was it Robert F. Kennedy Jr.? Oh, it was Netanyahu. Yeah, way more insane. Yeah, it was so much more insane. I forgot. Also, Magnate. Hello, welcome in. Grimmy's mom has schizoaffective disorder. Grimmy's mom is like actually insane. like actual like like full on out of her gourd. Yeah, no, Grimmie's had a very, very tough life. She was actually just posting about on Twitter that her mom married a Native American man in the hopes that it would give Grimmie magical powers. No, she didn't think that Grimmie's soulmate was Netanyahu. She thought her soulmate was Netanyahu. Sorry, there's a lot of like pronoun collision here. Grim Mom thought that Grim Mom's soulmate was Netanyahu. Yes, the Israeli Prime Minister. Yes. Yes. And I bring this up just to highlight that, like, they have this hypothesis about how stalking manifests and like why somebody would stalk, and sometimes it's just like really off the wall. It's really off the wall. Yeah, I mean, that's been a lot of Grimmie's brand, has been converting that tragedy into at least an interesting narrative. Yeah, that's very strange, Grim. Yeah, when they would call you and just breathe, I'm like, that sucks. That sucks. Hello, Tech Priesta. Hello, Tech Priesta. I will do my workout. I will do my workout. Ugh. We are going over to squats, though. We are going over to squats. We're going over to squats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's the left one. Now the right one. Now the right one. Yes, thank you, Warthrone, and thank you. Thank you, Tech Priesta. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. 6, 7, 8. I'm so much less well balanced on my right leg. 9 and 10. Huh. Chair rolled away a little bit. Oh. Okay, you're Lakota. It shouldn't be. Oh, well, I think it's. Hold on. No, it's not. It should be there. Let me take a look at something here. Interesting. I think I know what the problem is. This is annoying. Give me a second here. No, the source is not behind. The source is not behind the camera. Source is not behind the camera. No, it's a Twitch API. Should just leave that open. Okay. Okay, it's two different chats are broken. And that one's broken in a weird way that I did not expect at all. Oh, okay. Two different chats are broken because Twitch API is being a... We're gonna have to... Okay, hold on, let me resize that. Nope. Cherokee, I would say Grim. I would say Cherokee. Yeah. Alright, hold on a second. Comanche are pretty widely recognized, yeah, yeah. Yeah, the, as a result of where I live, well, a second here. I've actually never met anybody who is native to the my local area. Because it's Lenape. I've actually never met somebody who's Lenape. Do not think there are very many of them. Let's try something here. Okay, let's... Invalid key. Okay, never mind. Wait, hold on a second. Let's try this. Let's see. Okay, we're doing this one. We're doing this one. I'm annoyed that the horizontal isn't working because that's one of my favorite. That's my favorite ones. That's my favorite one. Well, the different native tribes have fared differently under the effects of American colonialism, and the Lenape fared very poorly indeed. Would be a sort of minimal way to put it. Cree, Blackfoot, Canada. Yeah, Inuit are also pretty famous. I do know a couple of native streamers. Chayu is is Mexica, and she's very much talks about it. Dev is native, but it's not really a big part of his content. He just happens to be native. My knowledge of native stuff is actually pretty limited. Yeah, that was my understanding, Mad. And hello, Angel Cake. Hello, Angel Cake. Yeah, I mostly just know stuff from books. Excuse me. So, like, I know most of what I know about, a book I really liked was McDonald's Masters of Empire, which is about the Odawa. And I read Comanche Empire and I didn't think it was particularly good, I have to say. I don't think Pekka Hamalainen did a particularly great job with that one. To put it politely. I really know nothing about the Lenape. Dariganga Mongolian and Comanche, respect, that's crazy. Yeah, that's actually one of those things that I do find kind of interesting, is that the terminology the US government uses is not necessarily the same as the polite terminology. The official government terminology is often does not match, I think, what most people would consider a accurate or at least contemporary and polite understanding of Native American groups. Let's see. Might be doing this in the wrong order. A lot of it's on the older side. That is pretty cool, Magnate. That is pretty cool. I haven't been to a metal show in a long time. What was the last metal show I was even at? Was it Slayer? Oh. A lot of different cultures do have some sort of vampire variation that's a fairly common thing that a lot of cultures have converged on. So I don't know, maybe. But, also, we're heading into ads in a moment. But Wanagi. Aha. Okay. Hold on. Did I do this? I feel like I did this all wrong. I did this wrong. I did this wrong. Okay, we're going to the ad break. I have screwed this up in a way that I don't understand. I have to... Do not get what I'm doing wrong here. Yeah. I think I'm doing something wrong here. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Okay, we're going to the ads, though. We're going to the ads, though. The ads are coming. I cannot stop them. So we will be back. We will be back. Hello, I'm back. Yaltul Micton is a great name. Baroness is good. Yeah, Baroness is good. I am not like up to date on. I'm not nearly as much a music person as a lot of my viewers are. Okay, hold on. Like Kirill and Nate are big music people. Thank you, Likaios. So I don't really keep up super well. Music for me is so much background. I'm not a very like active listener. So like I think in total like amount of hours I spend listening to music is actually pretty high. I actually embarrassed myself really badly earlier today. Bodega was streaming, and the game she was played Claire de Lune, and I said I thought it was Chopin. Oh my god, embarrassing. Oh Nunu, that's actually a spicy question. The answer is kind of. The answer is kind of. No, it's actually much more annoying than that. So, the Cherokee, Salagi, as I've been told is a more correct pronunciation. Oh, geez, did my computer crash? I literally cannot see chat right now. My monitors are completely frozen, but my hardware is. Huh. Mic works? Okay, the mic is the important part. Mic no longer works? It says mic is transmitting. I've got the monitor control back. I've got monitor control back. I've got monitor control back. Okay, I am here. Okay. Yeah. Video card crashed. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, I think we should be good. I just need to hold on. I just need to. Sorry, annoying problem here. We will just a second. This shouldn't be a long time. Just an annoying time. Where are you? Not Space Sniffer. Not VTube Studio. V Bridger. There we go. I don't know what Nico mode is. Am I? Okay. I should be good. We should be back to normal. We should be back to normal. But yeah, video card crashed. Windows has been giving me increasing tech problems. Oh, yeah. So that's been going on for a couple hours, Theo. The Twitch API is not connecting to the chat. So I've got 3 different chat setups. The one I like the most is the one where it's just the little text boxes from at the bottom, but the Twitch API is being busted and is not connecting properly, so it wasn't displaying. And it's between this and just having a plain text box, which I like well enough, but I think this is funner. There's not a ton of things happening on screen, so I think that this is fun. I didn't know that it had a name like that. I know it as the way that Bodega does it. That's how I understand it. This is hello Huggatree. Hello Huggatree. Remember guys, I'm very not weeb. My weeb score is very low. Oh yes, about adoption. You were asking about tribal adoption. So, to my understanding, the Salagi are have they were a full-ass nation state, and so they do total adoption. Right, they allow, because it's citizenship, right? It is just citizenship. It is not like about heritage, it's about citizenship. You can become a citizen of the Salagi, of the Cherokee Nation. Yeah, the US government doesn't recognize that. That's what I was going for, is that like you can, like the Salagi will be like, yeah, this is a citizen, and the US government will be like, yeah, what's their blood quantum data? Which is not relevant to their considerations because it's, citizenship. So that's a bit of a stinker there. That is my understanding. I am not at all a specialist in this. I have never worked for, say, the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Yeah, it's not. It's that drives me nuts. I do not like that the federal government feels like they know better than other sovereign countries who gets to other states what they're allowed to count as members of their country. I do not feel like that is reasonable. I think that is horseshit. I mean, if you're asking about, like, socially, like, I have literally never lived in a part of the US where I didn't have somebody who would call me an outsider. No matter how long I lived there. Including where I was born. Right? Like, there's always going to be some people who disagree. I think I did a pretty mediocre job here on this crane. It's always this part that bugs me. I always feel like this part I never get it to work right. The sovereignty, precedent, perception, the question of the state's lese majeste. Yep. About whether sovereignty questions might affect their chance to refinance a mortgage. Yeah, that's worth getting antsy about. That's eminently coherent. That is eminently coherent that people would get antsy about that. That is some high stakes stuff. That is some high stakes stuff right there. I'm gonna do 2 more cranes. Why do I have so many yellows? What's happening here? I'm trying to do like any color other than yellow. I can't find any freaking purple. We're getting orange. Wait, no, I already did orange once here so far. I'm trying not to do yellow or blue. There, green. Yeah, yeah. Okay. And yeah, I mean any community can reject you, right? Right, is the unfortunate thing. Okay, there we go. That's a little bit better. That's a little bit better. Do something quickly here. Sorry, just doing a little bit of a thing on the back end. I think I did a better job on this one than I did on the previous ones. Okay. Using the wrong adjective order when possible. Theo, that is terrifying. Theo, that is terrifying. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? That is good lord, that is evil. When did I learn origami? I mean, I would say saying that I know origami is generous. I probably first learned origami decades ago, but I mean, I have never been a serious origamist. Yeah, now, you are watching the process. You are watching me learn it as we speak. It is an ongoing process. It's an ongoing process. Hold on. Sorry, I'm just having some weird problems on the back end. As a result of that crash, seems to have affected some other things on the back end that are annoying me. I am actually really shocked that OBS is running right now. Enough other programs have crashed that I am shocked that OBS is still running. That might be a sign that I shouldn't do this too much longer, because I can feel... I can feel the problems mounting. I can feel this all heating up. Oh, yeah, that's another new problem. Yeah, another new problem. I do not get audio now on my end. Oh. And then it buffered. Yep. I got a connection timeout and then a reconnect in very quick order. So yeah, we are... Alright, Nunu, have a good day at work. Have a good day at work. And if I see you again, that'll be nice. Yeah, I'll answer Nunu's question, but, yeah, I need to pet the computer to appease it. Nunu asked and I didn't answer. I write and edit outside of streaming. Most of the things that I do in my life actually do show up as streaming content in one way or another. Because, you know, you see me doing origami, you see me doing calligraphy. I have done editing on stream, right? I have done that. I was actually thinking about doing like an editing or writing stream today. But, you know, I do tabletop wargaming. That's something I do generally off stream. Yes, it's called Inkwell. Inkwell. The original design was by Nocturnal Ash, and the rigging and the actual model art and the rigging were by Toffee VT. It was originally a fan design. Nocturnal Ash made it because they thought it would be cute. Right? It was fan art for me originally. And it's in the fan art gallery. And yeah. Inkwell is a great name. I was very indecisive. I circled around it for a long time. Because I'm very indecisive about names. Not have bought or eaten that chocolate cheesecake. I should make a chocolate cheesecake. I haven't made a cheesecake in a while. They're not actually particularly hard to make, vegan cheesecakes. Yeah, I'm very I like a goal a lot. He's a cute little guy. What about a donut cheesecake? Does that even mean anything? I don't think that means anything. But it is certainly a combination of words that I'm capable of saying. My favorite is peanut butter. That's my favorite one to bake. I would not entertain cheesecake on my birthday. Not even if it was very nice to you? Not even if it was polite? Yeah, I don't know if that's a thing. Mix just really likes donuts. Yep, well, yeah. Real American hours here, right? Praise the peanut butter. The belt of America, Thailand, and West Africa. Or maybe with ricotta instead of cream cheese. Ah. Oh. Nightmare Nexus. Nightmare Nexus. Welcome in. Welcome in. Hold on at Nightmare Nexus. Hello, 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 hello. Nightmare Nexus is my V brother. Is my V brother, folks. What were you doing? What were you doing? My cool shout out command is broken right now. So welcome in, Raiders. My name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology and a current VTuber. I'm an old man. I love old things. I talk a lot about ancient Rome, and I do a lot of calligraphy and mini painting. Today I'm doing some origami. You can't stick around? Oh, please, Incan Dreams, have a good night. Have a good night. Have a good night. Have a good night. But yes, welcome in Vapor Witch, welcome in Sugar Shino, Inkland Dreams. It's good to see you and have a good night. Welcome into the rest of the Raiders. How was Alan Wake 2 treating you? How was Alan Wake 2 treating you? I've never played any of the Alan Wakes. Got some terrain to paint. I have not yet taken a foray into the terrain lands. Mostly because I live in a tiny ass little New York apartment. And so you know, I don't have a lot. I have to make choices about the things that I buy to keep around. But I do suspect that I would become a complete terrain sicko. I do feel like I would become a complete terrain sicko if I got... If I did that. And there is crane number 2 for the night. There's crane number 2 for the night. Hold on a second here. Okay, my preview is being really weird. Okay, I fixed it pretty easily. Just make it part of the decor. I have to move sooner or later. Also, hello, Emperor's Armpits. I don't get to just live here as long as I want. You know, you'd have to make it pretty sturdy. You'd have to make it pretty sturdy. I'm gonna put you away. I don't want to use that color. Skill issue, your landlord wants to sell you the place. That sounds like it must be a really terrible place, right? And I'm living that New York lifestyle where you have to... You gotcha every year to figure out if you're moving or not. The game runs like doo-doo. He just wants to move out and not own a building he doesn't live in? Okay. Well, landlords are funny creatures. Being so liberated from the normal economic limitations of the rest of us causes them to behave in ways I find strange and unusual. That's not a doubling? Yeah, I was about to say. I was like, it's a very high salary, but also more importantly, Dream U is Theo's dream mind is not good at math. You've got Chat GPT. You have the Chat GPT brain. Dream. Team's project manager have been fired on Friday. Hoo. Spicy. There we go. And... no, we want the other way. We want the other way. Yeah, we want this way. This way. Whoop. Alright, alright. Oh, hold on. Yeah, I forgot about this part. There we go. And fold this one upwards. There we go. And then... yep. This fold's always a pain for me. I kind of like it. It looks pretty, but it's... Alright. Where was I? I forgot what the heck I was talking about. Completely lost my train of thoughts. There we go. Alright. And then... There we go. There we go. And now I'm going to do one with the other paper. There we go. When we think about how this is folded, I've got a couple dozen in storage. I never want to like throw these things away, even though they just like are taking up space. Because I'm one of those people who just like, it's all process to me, right? It's all process. I don't actually have like plans. I have things I enjoy doing. And then when I've done them, they're done. And it's on to the next thing, right? Like it's not really the point. Is not to like have things completed. It's to do the process. And so they're just taking up space. And it's worse than with my miniatures because they're like just kind of folded up in one big box. Because the minis they're on a high shelf, so I can't knock them down easily. No, Aussie Gamer. We are just kind of folding with no particular goal in mind. I am doing a crane this time because this is funny paper for doing a crane with. I don't even have 1,000 sheets of paper, I don't think. I've got 700 total sheets, and that includes that's including ones that have already been used, and are definitely not cranes. Yes, it is. It is. It's a Japanese folkloric thing. Okay. How many do you need for crane operator certification? Hello, that _ onion. I don't know. No. We're doing gorilla folding here. We're doing gorilla folding here. This is off the record, uncertified folding. Also, yes, Kango. Yeah. Lighthouse is pretty good. Lighthouse is pretty good. Welcome in, Kango. I forgot to say that. I forgot to say it, Kango. I was not trying to ignore you on purpose. That was not me being rude. Just a little bit slow. All right, please enjoy your dinner. Enjoy your dinner. Have a lovely night. It was wonderful to have you here. And thank you for the information you gave us. Thank you for the information you gave us. It was good to have somebody who has some real knowledge. And thank you for the follow, Matt Yakobi. I have really apologized. I'm not quite sure what type of C's these are supposed to be. These are hard or soft C's, so apologies. I've really been butchering your name very badly. I try to be respectful and pronounce people's names as appropriately as possible. So coda so spit emachiapi. Okay, so I was really far off. Is it a or a? Emachiapi? Emachiapi or emachiapi? Ah. Like the in end, you think? Okay, So okay. So not a long a. Emachiapi. Okay, emachiapi. Emachiapi. Thank you for the pronunciation guide. Please have a good rest of your day. I didn't mean to hold you hostage. I didn't mean to hold you hostage. But I did genuinely enjoy getting the information from you. I know quite little about the Lakota peoples. Not quite nothing, but, you know, very little. Well, of course. It would be rude to do otherwise, right? I'm not gonna... deliberately mispronounce an acquaintance's name. A dear friend, or like a sibling, yes. But a new acquaintance, no, that's... that's right out. And let's... let's get up here, and now we fold it back up and out. Alright, so this way. This way. All right. Let's get in here. And all right. All right. Oh. I'm gonna take a big stretch right now. I'm gonna take a big stretch. Where are we on the ad break? 8 minutes. Okay. Gonna take a big standing stretch. Roll those shoulders back. Oh. Ugh. There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay, I'm kind of impressed that I feel pretty good about having gotten that one more or less correct. Let's see if I can do one of these camellias without looking. Yes, Galaxy Wolfstar? You got it, Chief. Yep, there you go. There you go. Yeah. The way I like to do text on this scene is borked. So I have this is the backup. This is the backup. Okay. Just got the ad warning on my end. What am I doing? What am I doing? Okay, push up to here. Pretty good, okay. And now let's do this one. Bad job. It's more important to go that way. That gets me better results. That gets me better results. And okay. All right. Let's see if I can do this time. Ad starts in 1 minute and 29 seconds. Okay, just like that, and then that back actually. And let's do this one. Yeah, that's accurate. That's accurate. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for. Certain amount of trial and error. Certain amount of trial and error. All right, we're into ads. Damn. Okay, we're into ads. I'll see you all in a few minutes. All right, we're back. We're back. Hmm. Okay, so this is where we were at. Let's make sure we press it down. Uh, mm-mm-mm. Okay, let's, how do I do this? Thank you, Galaxy Wolfstar. Thank you, Galaxy Wolfstar. That's very sweet of you to say. I just forget how, this is always the part where I get trapped on this one. This is the part where I always get trapped. So it should be that, you know, this comes over like this. I have normal thumbs? What did you expect me to have? Do you think I was going to have polydactyly? Club thumb? Well, sorry to break it to you. Sorry to break it to you. I've got pretty... Well, admittedly, I think I have pretty unremarkable looking hands in general. Yeah, and you clearly don't think that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, who's to say, right? What's good or bad? Your dad says gnome hands? That's funny. Sorry, that is a little bit funny. But hey. Yep. Gnomes do good, right? I genuinely cannot remember how I'm supposed to make this fold. Sorry, I'm tilting out here. Getting a little cranky here. Give up and make a fox. This is the one that I usually find the easiest. I don't know what's wrong with my brain right now. I don't know what's wrong with my brain right now. Maybe I'm tired. Maybe I'm tired. Maybe I'm tired. Maybe I'm tired. I have been having quite a few tech issues tonight. That always gets like way more under my skin than like anything has a right to. Yeah, well, it's 3 a.m. It's 3 a.m. It's 3 a.m. Which means it might be time for me to losing my IQ right in front of the camera. I'm gonna have to look it up. I'm gonna have to look it up. Going to have to look it up. It's always this. It's always this fold. It's always this fold. It's never any prior fold. It's always this one. Go all the way back out. All the way back out, and then... third one. Now, will it just a bit cramped in there? There we go. There we go. Okay, this is where I always get, and then I lose my goldarn mind. Okay, I just kind of like did things at random and then it worked out. Oh. Skill issued myself there pretty bad. Skill issued myself pretty bad. Purple. I like purple. I like purple lots. Actually, no. Here is kind of the question. I think... finished watching the Goat movie like 4 times today. The Goat movie. Do you mean the Vitch? That's the only movie I think was the Goat movie, is the Vitch. Eggers, right? Was the witch? The Vitch? Ugh. The animated kids movie goat. I've never heard of this. I have never heard of this, but that is interesting. One second. Okay, there we go. Nope, bad move. That looks better. And yeah, I kind of hit a bit of a wall on exhaustion there. I think I might be cooked. I was hoping to go for at least like 6 hours, but I should probably try to save my energy, because we're streaming a lot this week. This is a very heavy streaming week. Oh, I'll go the other way. Yeah, it was this way. This is the way. This is the way. This is the way. This is the correct way to do this one. And There we go. And... Yeah, these lilies are the ones I like the most. All right, and oh, pal, let me give you the shout outs. Potato cats. Potato cats. How are you doing, pal? Potato cats. Sexy Indonesian cat who sings. That is who she is. Alright, we're doing squats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's the left leg. Now the right leg. 1, 2, 3. Nope. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I do. I don't have any. I don't want to put my bar in my studio, because it would really damage the floor. So I have to one-legged, or else it's just not very much. If it's just body weight with just both legs, it's like nothing. But yeah, they're body weight squats as opposed to. I actually don't really know because I only pretty much do like body weight. I'm not super strong these days because I'm mostly a runner these days. When I was working out a lot more, I think my deadlift got somewhere north of 300, which I don't think is particularly impressive for somebody of my size. Yeah, no, my deadlift must have been north of 300. That's not super strong for somebody my size, pal. My squats were pretty powerful at one point. My squats were north of 200, I think. And that's pounds, not kilograms. That's pounds, not kilograms. Do keep that in mind. A pound is less than a kilogram. A pound is somewhat under half a kilogram. Yeah, no, kilogram would be, so probably, my squats are definitely over 100 kilograms. Inari! Hello, Inari! I was going to raid you. Oh, good. Yeah, I put on raid block. Yeah, I do. I do have the, yeah. No, because I want to end stream soon because I'm kind of tired. So I don't like getting raided when I'm getting, like, ready to wrap up. Because I will, right? You guys know this. The two of you know this because you're friends with me. You know that if I get raided, I will keep streaming for another, like, 2 hours. Like, no matter what. Like, I will always, like, I have to be so out of it in order for, and so I am trying to pace myself. Yeah, it's funny I'm reading you. But how is it? Yeah, no. It's not even that I'm dedicated, Potato Cats. I'm easily guilted. It's actually very easy to manipulate me. No, people know. People know. The comedy is that they're not good at doing it. And part of it is also, like, streamers in general are pretty easy to manipulate. I think is, like, a kind of well-known quantity. Because, like, you just have to, like, it's hard to be, like, in the moment, as a streamer if you're not, like, taking everybody in chat at face value. And so, like, anytime somebody says something weird, like, you get one guide all the time. Like, you get one guide constantly. Even if it's not guilt. Like, usually, it's like, we're so desperate for, like, feedback into, like, does our mic sound fucked up? Like, if you tell, like, any streamer that their mic sounds fucked up, like, they'll believe you, like, almost instantly. Very easy to manipulate streamers like that. And I saw some tweets that really made me realize how credulous streamers are. VTubers in particular, but streamers in general. Made me a little bit fearful. Yeah. Wait, was Nagi also trying to raid me? Yep. Yeah, you're in an Aries. Yep. Nope, that's why I had raid block on. Was I will stay up for another couple of hours. And I think it's yeah, about half an hour or so left. And I am trying to swear less. I'm just doing a bad job, Galaxy. It's something I'm trying to. It's a habit I'm trying to change, and I'm decreasing it. But I think I need to. Do a better job. You know that I pretty much I try to avoid that phrasing. People get weird about that phrasing. It's still too much. They you just committed murder. How scary is Indo swearing? Uh. You don't swear in Indo? Oh, okay, okay. I don't think English is a particularly good language for swears. Like, I think English is actually pretty weak on swears, and I think it's because we've overused them, right? That like I think we've overused them to an extent where they're very mundane. I think at least to me as an American. I think it's quite hard. Yeah, they're just generic intensifiers, right? Hello, Miss Mochibus. Hello, hello, hello. How are you doing, my dear? Trying to remember what I'm supposed to be doing at this point with this one. Yeah, it probably does. It probably does. I think that that's accurate. Maybe. I think that like none of the from a bar and a relaxing. That's very nice. That's very nice. I think that's a nice evening. You go with some friends. You get a little bit of alcohol. You get loose. You have a nice time. You get home. You relax, watching a guy be bad at origami. See the from the Isles, not from the Republic, from the British Republic, the Superior Britain, Greater Britain, they have notions, and notions is a funny concept. Notions amuses the crap out of me. That's a way to insult somebody that is, I think, substantive. Which makes me very glad that I am plastic, right? It's created for a reason, I suppose. Yeah, they don't have a king. It's going all right. It's going all right. I have been doing origami, which I am very novice at. I actually just kind of like doing these origami lilies. I don't have a lot of depth or expressiveness in my origami. And having seen the people who are actually good at origami, I think that what they're doing just seems very stressful. We've had some far-ranging discussion today, and it's been quite pleasant. It's been quite pleasant. And I'm trying to pace myself, right? I'm trying to pace myself a little bit because hello, Humter. Yeah, Ratmos hasn't been here on... Ratmos just got back from hiatus yesterday. Ratmos... She was actually who we rated yesterday, Humter, if you had stuck around. She was yesterday's raid target. Yeah. I like Ratmos a lot. Yeah. It's just doing a little bit. All right, let's... But yeah, I'm trying to pace myself a little bit because this is I'm streaming 5 days a week. I'm streaming 5 days this week. So you know, gotta pace myself, right? Gotta make sure that I am not going too hard. Yeah, I'll probably go over the schedule after I finish this one. I'll probably go over the schedule after I finish this. All right, hold on. Let's take a big stretch here. Because it's almost 4 a.m. It's almost 4 a.m. It's almost 4 a.m. Thank you, pal. Thank you, pal. This was probably the one that turned out the best out of everything I worked on tonight. I'm never happy with my cranes. The origami crane does not spark joy in me. I'm also just kind of happy that, like, after like one refresher, I can do it from memory. But yes, as said, 5 days in a row of streams. 5 days in a row of streams. That's very unusual for me. The main reason for that is I normally take Wednesday off. Because I do, right? I have a lot... Wednesdays are pretty busy days for me. And so it's good for me to use that as a rest day. But, I want to do Dark Souls Sunday, and I want to stick to my usual Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Wednesday is the 20th. Assuming I did this right. Yes, Wednesday is the 20th. Which means that is my 3rd anniversary. I will have been a streamer for 3 years on May 20th. So I will be doing... I don't really do a big celebration for my anniversary. I don't know. Something about it feels very... It doesn't feel like an achievement to me. My affiliate anniversary feels like an achievement. That one I take a little bit more seriously. But my streaming anniversary feels a little arbitrary. So we're just going to... I'm just going to play the last spell. Hello, Scaldy. Hello, Scaldy. Thank you for the watch streak. The last spell was the first game I ever streamed. At least on Twitch. And so we're going to do the last spell. I always do that on my anniversary. I like the last spell a lot. It is not a typical gaming game for me to stream at this point. It's just a game that I like a lot. So we'll do the last spell, and Thursday will be mini painting. And then I'll be taking Friday and Saturday off. I do intend in general to kind of intensify my streaming for the medium term. I'm going to have to take some vacations, but is thinking of Maiden and Spell. Last Spell is much more similar to Final Fantasy Tactics. Last Spell is kind of like roguelike Final Fantasy Tactics. I like it quite a bit, as a huge Final Fantasy Tactics enjoyer. You played the game very differently than I did, I think, Mix. To me, it felt basically just like Final Fantasy Tactics. With a lot less power in general, with a lot less expressive power. But yes. And then we're going to be mini painting on Thursday. And like I said, I'm trying to intensify my streaming intensity a little bit. I just kind of feel like I should yeah, I literally do not care about that at all, Mix. I do not think that those are constituent elements of Final Fantasy Tactics. I think those are complete ephemera. Those are as important to Final Fantasy Tactics as the font. Extremely ephemeral to me. Final Fantasy Tactics to me is turn orders and equipment sets and square grids. I'm just looking around. Oh, you got echo emotes and I don't? Lame. I'm so envious. So envious. I love Eiko. And she's not live. Boo. Boo. Let me think about this. Just choosing a raid target. Just choosing a raid target. But yes, hello Vovern. Also, hold on, let me give a shout out to Mix. Are any of these working? Nothing is working. Anyway, those things are all in my About page. My socials and my Discord are in the About page. My Windows machine is just degrading. I need to get off of Windows. This stuff is falling apart. This stuff is falling the hell apart. Let me just make a decision. Legitimately, it's just down to who I've rated more recently. There are two people who I have in mind, and it's just like who I've rated more recently. All right, I can use filters. Oh, Wow, it's been fully a year since I last rated Nagi. Because she ends stream before I do. So we're going to Nagi. We're going to Nagi. No Kari? Nagi is the stream snake. If you've been here during... She's my painting coach. So you've probably seen her around. It would be weird if you hadn't. Kari's there like 6 hours ago. Well, I've been live for like 6 hours. Right? I've been live for like 6 hours. Alright. Alright. Thank you all for being here. I will be here again tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern. It'll be an arbitrary gaming day. Solo Helldivers is an option. Maybe Dot Age, because I saw Saryun playing Dot Age and I like Dot Age so goddamn much. Alright, alright. Have a good night, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow.